Ainda não é para iniciarmos os trabalhos, é só para agradecer e elogiar a pontualidade de todos. Pedimos só mais 2 ou 3 minutos de paciência, por favor. Estamos só à espera que cheguem mais 2 pessoas e já começamos os nossos trabalhos. Obrigado.
turismo costeiro sustentável.
Sustainable coastal tourism model, sustainable model of water and sanitation, energy transition and investment opportunities. Three key subjects to the economic sustainable reactivation and meeting points for the relationships between Portugal, Latin America and the Caribbean. A relationship with strong cultural, historic and linguistic links, and to which CAF, the Latin American Development Bank, is the natural bridge to an all-encompassing and deep approach. CAF has 52 years' experience in the sustainable development and integration realms. From the beginning of its operations in 1976 founding countries and currently 21 members, more than 13 private banks with approving over $200 million real impact projects supporting millions of Americans and Iberians. Portugal was member of the CAF in 2009, that's C-Series shareholder, and it plays a key role in development of Caribbean and Latin America and fulfilling our goal to become a green bank and the economic reactivation in the region. Despite recent projects in the region, there are significant discrepancies and opportunities for improvement in sustainable tourism, renewable energies, and water supply and sanitation. The Portuguese companies have good experience in these areas, and the exchange of experience in the public and private sector, social agents and financial entities are essential to face these challenges in an effective manner and promote the generation of public policies for the well-being of the whole population.
Conferência Portugal, América Latina e Caraíbas.
Portugal, Latin America and Caribbean Conference, Together for a Sustainable Development, CAF, Latin American Development Bank.
Senhor Ministro das Finanças.
Mr. Minister of Finance of Portugal, Executive President of CAF, authorities, representatives from Portugal and Latin America, dear friends that are following us today in this magnificent theater, and a greeting to those that follow us in streaming in the CAF page, caf.com. My name is Felipe Domingues, and on behalf of CAF, Latin American Development Bank, the Portuguese Minister of Finance, and Portugal, the Institute to the Emerging Latin American and Caribbean, I'd like to welcome you to this conference, Together for a Sustainable Development Relationship between Portugal and Latin America and Caribbean. Today, we are gathered here to discuss the transatlantic relationships, but mainly to identify opportunities and challenges for sustainable development, focusing on three thematic areas: sustainable coastal tourism, water and sanitation sustainable models, energy transition, and investment opportunities in Latin America and the Caribbean. Three aspects that play a key role in the economic recovery of the region, and where Portugal plays has an history and a remarkable experience. Before we start, I'd just like to say that you can use social media to share pictures, comments of this event using the hashtag CAF in Portugal, and follow the Twitter accounts and Agenda TOF. I would also like to remind you that this event is being streamed at our CAF.com's website and Portugal website. And if you need simultaneous interpreting, we have devices in the room. So without any further delay, now we open with a welcome address by Paulo Neves, the President of IPDAL. Good morning, Mr. President of CAF, dear friend Sérgio Dias Granados, Minister of Finance of Portugal, ladies and gentlemen ambassadors, Vice President of CAF, and all members of the Latin American Development Bank, dear guests, dear friends. First and foremost, welcome to Lisbon. To Sérgio Dias Granados, very welcome to Portugal. Sérgio Dias Granados is a good friend of Portugal. I've known him for many years, and I can ensure he's a good friend of Portugal as well. In his political life and as a banker, he also has always shown a lot of attention to Portugal. He's been a good friend several times as president of IPDAL, the Institute of Promotion of Latin America and the Caribbean, but also in my capacity as MP, I could witness several episodes that showed clearly the friendship of Sergio towards Portugal. Thank you, Sergio. Now, a special word of greetings to the Minister of Finance for being here this morning, which shows clearly the importance that the Portuguese government grants to the multilateral banking in general and to CAF in particular. Portugal is a member of CAF. Portugal is a shareholder of CAF. And Mr. Minister, with our participation in this initiative, there are no doubts that Portugal is a fan of CAF. CAF, Latin American Development Bank, is extremely dynamic. CAF wants to help develop whole Latin America, and that requires the commitment of all member countries, including, of course, Portugal. Having decided to hold this initiative here in Lisbon, where we will discuss this morning subjects extremely relevant to the sustainable development of Latin America, like tourism, water, sanitation, energy transition. So to hold this debate in Lisbon shows that Portugal has all the conditions to support CAF in this ambitious project for Latin America. Also, this morning we'll have a very important panel on the relevance of the transatlantic relation. There is no better place in the world to speak about transatlantic relations than Portugal. We must not forget to look at the map and get to know our history. Portugal is an Euro-Atlantic country. Portugal is an European country. And we are close to the African continent and in front of the Americas, Latin America and North America. All this is true. Just look at the map. But throughout our history, we have shown that we know well Latin America. And we have also shown that we love Latin America and we want the best for Latin American countries. Just get to know our history. The capital of Portugal was for several years Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Until today, we were the only country in Europe that has had its capital outside the European continent. It was Portugal, and the capital at the time was Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. So that is why we should join this extraordinary dynamic of Sergio Dias-Granados and his team are providing to this development project a true integration of Latin America. Portugal has to be present, and our businesses must be present as well. Development integration of Latin America should also be one of the priorities of the foreign policy in Portugal. And it has so been, and this dynamic of CAF is an opportunity for Portugal. It is also an opportunity for our companies and for our economy. That is why it is so important to strengthen our shareholder presence in the administration and boards of CAF. Portugal is a natural partner of Latin America, and it is a natural partner of CAF. Dear Sergio, CAF can count on us. IPDAL always, just as you know, we are fans in these natural relations of Portugal and Latin America and the Caribbean, but also a relationship between Latin America and Europe, and why not between Latin America and Africa? A South-South relation. It's impressive to note that in the past month, thanks to the CAF leadership, the number of member countries has grown. And it has also increased significantly its capital. CAF is increasingly more a development integration bank. Integration of Latin America. It is a bank with a clear focus, clear and well-defined objectives, very ambitious. But realistic. It is hope. CAF will be a reality, and Portugal, with its government, with its companies and institutions, including IPDAL, will follow CAF in this huge challenge. This project which is to develop Latin America. Thank you. You are all welcome.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Vamos então.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will now start the opening ceremony. I will ask to come on stage President of CAF, the Bank of Latin America, Mr. Sergio Diaz Granados. Good morning. I'd like to greet Mr. Medina, Minister of Finance of Portugal, and his team, government authorities in the Portuguese Parliament, my good friend and partner, Paulo Neves, President of IPDAL, Vice President of Marinho, ambassadors, my colleague in CAF, Vice President, that are present here, our offices from Madrid. Dear friends, first and foremost, I'd like to welcome you to this meeting. I'd like to thank the Ministry of Finance for its hospitality. This meeting is another proof of the Portuguese commitment towards the Latin American project. Portugal has always been a land of innovation and of entrepreneurship, navigators. Prince Henry helped so much building the caravels and reinvented the laws of astronomy. From Sagres, they followed the currents of they studied the currents of the tropical winds and Atlantic streams, and revolutionizing sea traveling. Bartolomeu Dias, Cabral, Magalhães, Vasco da Gama are many names that of others that found new worlds in the sea. So that is important to be in this inspiring country. Our partner, as Paulo just stressed, to have a shared vision about the future. CAF, the Latin American Development Bank, with over 50 years history, 21 shareholder countries, approved last year 14,000 million US dollars, and Portugal is one of our main sources of inspiration. The path so far of CAF has allowed us to be leaders in the infrastructures in our region. But before, a few words about the future, it's important to give you an idea about the international context. The world is subject to two challenges. First, the effect of a socioeconomic effect of pandemic, and the second was caused by the invasion of Russia against Ukraine. And the third shock, it's the increasing inflation in many Latin American and Caribbean countries in the world, and with all the financial effects. And in annual meetings we had a few weeks ago in Washington, this correction is the downward trends raises concerns not just in Latin America but in all the world. We did some recovery after the pandemic. We recovered in terms of employment and to pre-pandemic levels, but now we are getting into an area of the lower growth and the downward trend, and the only way to recover this growth in Latin America is either we increase imports or flows or exports or flows of money towards the Latin American Caribbean. I mean, it's the same recipe that Portugal uses. The exporting sector in Portugal has had some great dynamic, 60 million euros in exports and a positive balance. But we have to be aware of the difficulties in terms of funding, which due to the increase of the rates of central banks in Latin America, we come to a situation where it's very complex, and banks have to be ready for this situation. And be ready to support the private and public sector in our countries in these circumstances. Now, in a broader context, a critical challenge to the modern society is the need for sustainability. Despite the crisis, we have to see on the long term to the horizon 2030 and the targets that we have set in recent conferences. And now we have a meeting in Egypt. We cannot keep the same production consumption models that we have had so far. And with the use of natural resources that we have had, with a negative impact on the environment. But this entails more rules, more sustainable rules for sustainable growth using circular economy as part of the engine of growth. Last year, in a report we presented together with OSCE in the European Commission, the basis for the recovery of Latin America was using circular economy as a way to foster employment. Tourism sustainable also has to foster employment, to use the energy transition in an orderly manner for the economic recovery. This is in the report we presented in December last year. This Monday in Egypt, we'll present a new report centered on the energy transition, fair transitions, so that Latin America may play a role in economic growth, not just in the region but in the world. So, based on these assumptions, last year I became president of this bank and presented this idea that CAF should become a green bank for Latin America. We presented it to the board in December last year. It was approved in March this year, with an in-growth in patrimony of 50 million euros, which will allow to double our assets, our portfolio, until 2030. And the focus of our operations will be the green projects for adaptation and mitigation of climate changes in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this region, in greenhouse effect gases, is very vulnerable to climate changes, as we have seen in the last episodes, droughts, floods. The reason why we will try to increase our investments under the green band concept, so to twice as much by 2026. And within this margin, we want to strengthen the southern economy, $1,500 million. The minister was here in the COP in Lisbon for the oceans, made this commitment to face the climate change. Montalvo is here, and this commitment was ratified this year when we had the South Economy Forum. And so we are willing to follow on this project, and this blue economy is particularly important. And so we have a great opportunity to do our job better. In addition, Latin America requires this bank to be in another front. It's economic and social reactivation. In the 5th of December in Montevideo, on the meeting on economy and development, we have a report on the inequalities, analyzing the structural causes for inequalities in Latin America. And as we have seen in the document, is more relevant in the Afro-Latin and indigenous populations in the region. 1/3 of 58% of population is Afro-descendant or indigenous. And the poverty there is much more significant. And so we have to approach inequality issues in Latin America to ensure stability in the continent and its economic growth. In the region, it's also clear the role of the private sector in the dynamics and growth of employment and in investing in the region. That is why the recent increase in capital, the partners wanted to promote the involvement of the private sector in the development of the region. and so as to achieve the SDGs by 2030. The presence of the Vice President of the Private Sector that is here today, precisely to continue to follow on this work and to increase the flows of investment to Latin America and the Caribbean. The links between Portugal and Latin America are very close, and they are historic, language, culture, the way how the states are organized, and the principles and values that underlie our societies, shared values. To speak of America as a whole, to speak of our strength, our cultural mix, and the future. We cannot think of, and we know that Brazil is also part of this collective, and therefore the in Latin America and Caribbean, the relationship between Portugal with Portugal is extremely relevant. But we have to look at Latin America and Caribbean as a whole. We cannot understand and without getting to know the people personally. So, and to get to know the realities of Europe, and involving always Portugal and Spain, and well, in our spirit we have fado, samba, tango, rancheras, the melancholy and ways of expressing ourselves that unites us in Iberia, in Africa, and in Latin America and Caribbean. Nevertheless, the challenge is to translate all this history and this community that we have shared in the past into initiatives to navigate in the troubled waters of the future until 2030, and moreover. So that's what we are. The answers we'll try to find them in this room. We cannot just depend on history, but see what we can do in the future to use this legacy, to create new sources of hope for our societies. So our commercial and financial relations between Portugal, Spain, Latin America should be in the coming years try to find solutions for all. And I'm sure that only with working together, Portugal and Latin America and the Caribbean can become stronger with time. And these are the challenges that drive us to build bridges with the different countries in the region. It doesn't matter. Portugal being our shareholder in 2009 is a relevant actor, not just for the good function of the bank, but also a relevant actor in transforming Latin America and the Caribbean. As we will see today in the various panels, there are only 3 subjects today. There could be many more, but we've chosen 3 subjects that reflect this wealth in the relationship in Portugal and Latin America. The first is the treatment of the water treatment. We have an important group of people from Latin America and Caribbean, and Latin America here plays an important role. We are a bit delayed. 15% of the urban population is connected to the water grid. So there is a huge potential for development in the water treatment realm, to use water in a circular manner. There is plenty of opportunity to work together, and Portugal has plenty of experience. Second theme, sustainable energy, also in natural gas. That's an asset we have and that could also be used in the future. The production of hydrogen and also all minerals and metals that are necessary for batteries and for the electric cars, and lithium, which is found in the 3 countries of Latin America. So we cannot be sustainable without involving Latin America and Caribbean. We have part of the solutions in water, part of the solutions for the energy transition. The other sector is tourism, also represented here. Since 2019, represents almost 10% of employment in Latin America and 10% of the economy in the Caribbean, and is a country that, by definition, it's a leader in tourism. So, together with Portugal, we should find a strategy for sustainable tourism in the coming years. So, Portugal as a member is extremely important for these subjects. Finally, I'd like just to say that CAF has plenty of experience in projects in the region, 52 years investing in the region, a good bridge of dialogue with our governments, ministries, and now we want to strengthen our relations with Portugal. In the past 4 months, we were present in different activities here. And my personal commitment, the personal commitment of our team, is to go on working with the private sector, the public sector in Portugal, getting to know what is happening in Latin America, and using this channel, CAF, as a trustworthy channel to work together. And we see our member, Portugal, not just technology, knowledge in certain areas like sanitation, in the management of solid waste, climate change, digitalization, modernization, GovTech, which is also important in Latin America, sustainable tourism, among other sectors. At the same time, we share the concerns for the environment and diversity, and that is why we want to strengthen the relations between Portugal, Latin America, and Caribbean, namely when Europe needs more compatible regions to foster development. One final comment. When the roadmap was approved last week in Buenos Aires in the relationship to the European Union, we have an informal meeting of ECOFIN during the Spanish presidency in the coming year. And Spain and another member, we want to use this ECOFIN meeting to gather ministers from finance ministers, ministers of Latin America and Europe, so to have this joint summit and have a joint discussion for the future to fund development and what we can do together in energy transition, production of food, increasing the production of fertilizers, and searching for a fair and equitable energy transition. CAF will be there helping our partners in this process, towards this process. American solidarity is a political strength. As Fernando Pessoa wrote, put everything in the minimum you do. In CAF, we want to invest everything in sustainable development. So, ministers, thank you for being with us today. And you have here a partner for the development and funding in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And now we'll hear from the Portuguese Minister of Finance, Fernando Medina.
Muito bom dia a todos. É com muito prazer que vos dou as boas-vindas à conferência Juntos.
Welcome to this conference, Together for Sustainable Development, that we are pleased to organize together with CAF. I'd like to welcome the Executive President of CAF, Sergio Díaz-Granado, and all of his team. I'd also like to thank all of you here for showing interest and being available to be here this morning. We'd like this event to be the beginning of a new period, a new relationship between Portugal and CAF, based on a closer partnership with this country as shareholder, but also with public and private bodies in Portugal, by creating new partnerships and exploiting new cooperation and investment possibilities on either side of the Atlantic. It's exactly through strong and long-lasting relationship like the one we want to have with CAF that we want to respond to today's global challenges. Today's conference gives us the ability to establish a direct dialogue and mutual learning possibilities between Latin America and Portugal in sectors that are very important to the sustainable recovery of our economies: sustainable tourism, resilient infrastructures, and energy transition. CAF plays a key role as a political forum and the establishment of best practices in key sectors for regional cooperation and the sustainable development of its members. Portugal chaired the UN Ocean Conference that took place here in Lisbon. Sustainable economy is one of the main axes of Portuguese development strategy, and we want to carry on with all multilateral initiatives, whether by attracting investment or by promoting knowledge and technology innovation in this sector. We know the CAF was very actively involved in the Ocean Conference, and they share our vision on how central the sustainable blue economy must be. The CAF's environmental agency vision and the fact that they want to be the Latin American Caribbean Green Bank bear witness to that. In 2003, they will host a sustainable development event, and we want to meet our investors in the blue sector. The cooperation between companies and financial groups and international financial bodies like CAF is a key factor in promoting business models that are profitable and sustainable. In the water sector, Portugal is seen as internationally best practices. Our international experience from decades of hard work, and in terms of governance, control and quality of the water supply services, we innovated the sustainable models. So our example can be very useful to other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Portugal has companies with wide international experience, and we also have an international center on public policies and management of water services. And we have close links to the relevant bodies in Latin America. In energy transition, that now is more relevant geopolitically speaking. We've long had a very significant development program in renewable energies and transition to green energy. We now have one of the highest rates of energy production from renewable sources when there's rain. We now have 60% of total consumption of electrical use in our country. This investment is one of the main resiliency factors to face the global energy crisis. And that's why in this area we see big potential in strengthening our bonds, our economic and investment bonds between Portugal and Caribbean and Latin American countries. Our bonds have been developing and deepening in the past few years. There's an increase in imports and exports, which shows the growing relevance of this area to Portuguese economy. This is why we believe that CAF can be an investment promoting vector to help integrate the Portuguese economy with those in Latin America and Caribbean, and it can be a business forum for all the countries and for all the companies and investors in these areas. So we hope that CAF will continue to narrow and strengthening our bonds with the Portuguese investors and academia towards promoting cooperation and investment between our countries. We believe that today's event will be very productive and a major step in that direction. Again, I'd like to thank you for being here, and I'd like to thank everyone involved in this event. And I'd like to wish you a fruitful day. And I renew my thanks to the Executive President of CAF and all his team, and I'd like to thank for their trust and for their investment in Portugal. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Sr.
Thank you very much, Minister of Finance. Before launching into our first panel devoted to sustainable coastal tourism, we'd like to announce that the Secretary of State of Tourism and Services, Rita Marques, will not be with us here today, but she sent us a video message that I'd like to have shown right now, please. Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to talk to you today and discuss this topic that's so dear to us, sustainable development. How can we ensure the development of economic activities focused on sustainability, and how can we strengthen the relationships between Latin America and Portugal? I'd like to start by greeting all of those that organized this event, the Ministry of Finance of Portugal, IPDAL, and CAF. And we've worked with IPDAL in trying to promote dialogue on our transatlantic relationship. I'd also like to greet all those that will share and have shared some of their reflections on this topic, especially all those who cooperate with us in this agenda to ensure more sustainable coastal tourism. Truth be told, sustainability has been part of our strategy, our 2027 strategy. In 2020 and 2021, we launched the More Sustainability program for tourism that identifies activities and contributes towards sustainable tourism. And in 2021, we launched the Reativar Turismo program that focuses on economic, social, and environmental sustainability. That's the focus of our strategy. So sustainable tourism is a flagship, internationally speaking, and we have to look at this maritime and coastal tourism that depends on the quality of the coastal and maritime ecosystems. That's why we have a working group in Portugal that focuses on blue tourism, and the topics they focus on valuing the sea and Portugal as a tourism destination by excellency. The ocean is a privileged space for tourism, and we bear this responsibility to improve this resource, not just for Portugal, but for all mankind. We have investing in strengthening the positioning of Portugal as a destination for recreational activities. Also, surfing is an international design. We have also improved infrastructure services, support systems for nautical tourism. We've developed routes and increased our offer in nautical activities. And we've tried to requalify the coast, our beaches, and we've worked on well-being tourism associated with the therapeutic traits of the ocean. We've developed all these things, and we feel very confident that we can ensure that will help maintain this resource that's so important to tourism and to all economic activities. Thank you for your attention, and we'll always stay in touch all together towards a more profitable relationship between Portugal and Latin America.
Fica reiterado o agradecimento à Senhora Secretária de Estado do Turismo.
Thank you, Madam Secretary of State of Tourism, who is always very present in IPDAL and shows the way that the Portuguese government sees the Latin America in tourism exchanges, commercial exchanges. One of the technical missions that we carried out is related to tourism. And there were tours of some areas of Portugal to exchange best practices and lessons learned so they can bring them back to Latin America. We'll launch the new panel with a presentation by Alicia Montalvo, Manager for Climate Action and Positive Biodiversity at CAF. Welcome. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I'd like to tell you how happy I am and how happy CAF is to be part of this project. It's wonderful to be here in this wonderful place. I'd like to thank the Ministry of Finance for holding this event on sustainable tourism. I'd like to thank IPDAL and Thalia Theatre. That's a wonderful venue to talk about these issues today. We've heard Mr. President Diaz Granado, and we've listened to the Minister, and we've heard the Secretary of State of Tourism. That we've heard them all talk about the relevance of sustainable tourism in Portugal, and we have many good testimonies from travelers who have long been flocking to the ocean. And there's also a lot going on in this country in terms of sustainable tourism, especially nautical and blue tourism. All these experiences, we'd be happy to carry them with us to Latin America. And they're now developing their sustainable tourism programs, and they can see that tourism can generate jobs and be a source of development in countries like Costa Rica and Caribbean countries that have some experience in terms and data in terms of tourism. But it's not just the creation of jobs. Tourism is important, but it creates jobs. Right now in Latin America, we're working towards using tourism as job creation and growth, but also gearing tourism towards the preservation of natural resources and improving and helping biodiversity, because we want to develop tourism without endangering biodiversity. We're working on a concept that's not just sustainable tourism, but living sustainable tourism. And the most important thing is to preserve the life of people who live in these areas, but also the life, natural resources. And we want to value them. So tourism must be sustainable, but also living. So what are our challenges? Tourism is an economic activity that involves many other sectors. So for a body like CAF, a development bank, being able to have tourism as a main sector, and we also want to work with the ecosystem, the natural ecosystem. So we don't want to endanger nature. We want to work with nature in a sustainable way, and we want to value natural and economic heritage. So all these topics in Europe and in Portugal, people have been focusing on them, but in Latin America, there's still a long way to go. This sector is not homogeneous. Some countries have some elements, but others are entirely lacking. So we'd like to use this opportunity to develop the tourism sector and developing the public and private sectors. And we want to develop it according to some parameters that we can see here. I won't go deeply into this, but this just shows how much tourism is linked to the environment and sustainability from a negative standpoint, because it has an impact on climate change, because this sector is responsible for 8%, globally speaking, for greenhouse gas emissions. But it's also a sector that has a great impact from the climate change. All the island systems, coastal systems, suffer a lot from the environment, the natural phenomenon. We want to focus on ecosystems and want to bring people to improve the tourism destinations, and we want to highlight natural spaces as carbon sinks, for instance. And there are many natural barriers that allow us to mitigate climate effect, like coral reefs, for instance. But for this, we need a cross-the-board vision and public and private investment. There are many companies, travel agencies, hospitality, restaurants, etc. All these companies are involved. All the people who were with us yesterday from Latin America had the chance to see yesterday how all these working together can have a positive effect. So I was talking about living and sustainable tourism. It's not just the economic and sustainable and social actor, but it has to be living tourism, because we want to improve the quality of life of people who live in tourism destinations. Sometimes tourism casts out local population. That's not what we want. We want people to feel proud of the way and how they live, the cultural values, their heritage. But we want tourism to generate economic development. This is what we want to do. And this is what we want to learn from our good and bad experiences. So these are the main goals of the International Tourism Organization. And what we want is to optimize the use of environmental resources, to respect the social and cultural identity and authenticity of communities, because some communities see nature as part of their identity. It's part of their life. And we want to ensure that all the benefits, all the profits are distributed in an equitable way. We don't want just tourism to generate economic growth for the country. This is important, yes, but we want these profits, these benefits, to be distributed in an equitable way. And what CAF wants, is to invest in 4 areas. First, we want to work towards their identity, social equity, and cultural heritage. We also want to work with biodiversity. Latin America has 60% of the Earth's biodiversity, and much of this was managed by indigenous communities. And that's why we need to listen to them. It's also important, local and national governance, how to integrate at several levels so that everybody feels that they're taking part in all this process. And we want to work with our private sector with sustainability criteria and circular economy criteria. Going into each of these 4 topics, I'd like to mention some of the most key issues. I'd like to say that under the umbrella of social equity, identity, and cultural heritage, we want to preserve cultural diversity, focusing on indigenous communities. When it comes to biodiversity, we want to do the same. We want tourism not to be a detrimental element, but we want there to be a mutual strengthening of the ecosystem and tourism, because better tourism will help preserve biodiversity. And we want to contribute towards the resilience of the country, of the territory. Especially when we're talking about coastal tourism, we want it not to be at the expenses of barrier reefs or mangroves. They're natural protections of the coast, so we want this to be a virtuous cycle based on experiences that we've seen in other countries. We want to work in inclusive governments and bind all sectors together at all levels of public administration, and we also want to focus on sustainability criteria. You all know, I'm sure, of the Glasgow Declaration, and it was stated that it's important to reduce emissions from tourism, and CAF wants to join that declaration and help all the member countries to also join the Glasgow or follow the Glasgow Declaration. We think there are financing opportunities. We're present in all of these countries. We have very special bonds when it comes to the environment, and we're working hard with the tourism boards, etc. This is briefly sort of our approach. We work with the public sector and the private sector because we need the tourism boards, the ministries of tourism, Ministry of Finance, of course, but the private sector also plays a key role to have living and sustainable tourism. We want to give them tools and technical assistance and also loans that can cover the development of green infrastructure. What I'm talking about is these networks of natural areas that allow us to offer the ecosystem services and credit lines geared towards SMEs. We offer loans, warranties, and we're trying to create a special fund for investment that allows us to complement everything the state does. We work with a lot of partners, both in European cooperation agencies. We work with EIB, etc. And we work with Portuguese cooperation agencies, of course, and we work very hard with climate funds. We want the resources of these funds to be directed towards Latin America. They've all seen special interest in working for the tourism sector when it comes to sustainability, both when it comes to respecting natural resources and reducing the impact, but also when it comes to investing in ecosystems. So we're focusing on water, renewables, cities, etc. But we also work towards getting money from international markets in green bonds. We want to have a green bond, a blue bond, as we have green ones. We want to create a bond emission system. In a way, we're very active. We want our basic funds to help leverage all the money, and we want to help create tools that can convert into more relevant operations, and this is one of our missions, so to speak. We want to find opportunities to grow and for financing. I won't go into this, but this will just give you an overview of what we do in some countries, and funds, public and private sector, etc. But if you're interested in a particular country or program, come talk to me directly. We're working in a very important fund encompassing Colombia, Ecuador, Panama, Uruguay, El Salvador, Trinidad and Tobago, and the Dominican Republic. And we're also very interested in having the tourism sector as an engine for development. But so far, the tourism sector didn't look at itself this way. It saw itself as a private initiative sector. But we want to use this opportunity to work with countries like Portugal that have such important experiences. And that's it on my part, so we can welcome the panel and hear from them to see how we can move forward. Thank you.
Já avisei assim, tá, como é que estás lá?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Alicia. Now I'd like to ask the members of the panel to come to the stand. Marta Cabral, CEO of Vicentino Portugal, Carolina Mendonça, coordinator of the sustainable structure of the regional tourism secretary from the regional government of the Azores, Portugal, Flipada Barrio Frio, director for planning and territorial development of the Ecuadorian Ministry of Tourism, Jake Hill. That's how it's pronounced. We pronounce your name, Jake Hill, from the Punta Cana Group Foundation from Dominican Republic. Thank you. Well, it's a great pleasure to start this panel with so remarkable and knowledgeable people in tourism and sustainability that can share with us their experiences and also come up with some conclusions for the future. I'd like in this panel to focus on the relations and challenges of the tourism policy regarding the environmental policy. How can they go hand in hand? What are the issues they may face, and what can we learn from your experiences? Now, starting with Marta, CEO of Ruta Vicentina, Portugal. Can you answer this question that I will also ask the others? How do you work in your organization so that tourism and the environment can reinforce each other? What is your experience? Good morning. I will speak Portuguese. I would need a more informal atmosphere to practice my Spanish. I'd like to thank for this invitation. It is a great privilege to share our experience with Latin America. We have had partnership relations for a long time, and it's a great pleasure. Our experience, well, Rota Vicentina is a private association with a very particular model. It's the result of many years of on-field research that several SMEs in a territory that is at the same time coastal and rural. It's a natural park in the south west of Portugal, the closest part of Europe to Latin America, so to say. And what we do is try to cross our knowledge, territorial, our land knowledge with the tourism. We develop a network of pedestrian paths along a magnificent wild coast, very rare in Europe, and look at the territory in a more integrated manner, not just the coast, but the whole area around it. And what is more important to our work, which is precisely what you were talking about before, identity and how we can occupy the territory, because the coastline is it's not just a place to surf and canoe. It's a place where for generations there were fishermen or seafood grabbers, community summer activities. There is an identity about the coastline that without an effort it will be taken over by a different way of occupation. And on the other hand, we never want to limit a region just to a postcard. Paris isn't just Eiffel Tower, and the coastal region, it's not just the coast, and it's important to bring awareness to this. And so we try to combine to bring together the local businesses that make the connection to the community, but also a connection to the municipalities, to the natural park, to national governance, the Secretary of State of Tourism, and other areas such agriculture. We have had very narrow relations with them, and also at the international level with the market. We have several operators that are part of our association, some of them from Latin America. So we also must have a broad connection to how the market works at the international level with operators of different sizes. It's a broad industry that we work with just at our dimension. It's Constanza. Carolina. Well, it could be Constanza, but my name is Carolina.
Buenos días. Sí, desde las Azores, yo creo.
From the Azores, I'm sure you can bring us a lot of experience about integrated environment and tourism. Hello, good morning, thank you. I will speak Portuñol, Portuguese. How many Portuguese are here today?
Ok, então posso falar português.
Okay, so I'll speak Portuguese. Who knows the Azores? Great. A lot of people know the Azores.
Eu começo sempre por perguntar quem conhece os Açores.
I always ask this question first about knowing people who know the Azores because sometimes we go unnoticed. It's 9 islands in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. We are part of the Portuguese territory and we are one of the outermost regions. And that means we are faced with many challenges related to access to education, to health services. There is a wide dispersion. The largest island with 125,000 and the smaller island with just 400 inhabitants. So, as you can imagine, this entails many challenges. When we hear about climate change in the context of 9 islands amidst the Atlantic Ocean, you can imagine the challenge we are faced with. So what are we? We are Azores DMO, Destination Management Organization. We are an organization that coordinates sustainability efforts more related to tourism in the Azores. And we work on 2 ways we follow 2 mottos. Sustainability is only efficient if it is a collaborative process. The other one is that we cannot manage well what we do not measure. So the DNO structure has teams in all islands. We call them green teams. They are part of the municipalities, NGOs, and also from the chambers of commerce. And we ensure representativity of all pillars of sustainability at local level. We bring together several issues, local issues, and then we bring them to the decision makers so as to suggest solutions for those issues. Now, how does this relate to the beautiful environment we have in the Azores? All those actions will contribute to the preservation and conservation of the environment, and they have to be measured. We have to see each year the level of success of implementation of these actions. These cannot be plans to be left in the drawer. And Azores DMO is has an overseeing role. Our website. Everything is very transparent. The process is transparent. You can consult our action plan for the sustainability of a destination, actions related to the conservation of the oceans, the conservation of our national heritage, but also promoting our culture, our heritage, our historic heritage, and actions related to energy efficiency, to mitigation of climate change, and all these actions are monitored annually and they are reflected in a sustainability report. This is all very clear. Also, to be able to support the companies that invest in sustainable development, we have created a project called the Roadmap of Sustainability of the Azores, or the Guidelines. It was started in 2017 with, now we have 200 entities subscribing and making these non-financial reports, and that we are supporting them, making this reporting. Now, these are going to get into financial sustainable finance. The Directive 89/2017 that will be transposed, the directive on corporate sustainable reporting, where the companies will have to report non-financial reporting to convey a clear message to the investors about their risk level. Otherwise, they will not be allowed to use these fundings to the bank. So we are preparing the future so that the companies in the Azores become more and more resilient and sustainable. And the Novo Banco in the Azores is now launching, as a commitment to these guidelines, a credit line for sustainability aimed at the so that the companies in the Azores may use it and have and foster more sustainable businesses. Thank you. That's the model you're talking about. So it's also what we are working on in the Caribbean. All you said about the circular economy and such can be very important experiences that we could work on and learn from that. Thank you. Very interesting. Now, thank you. You are the voice of Latin America. Can you tell us about your experience, about everything, what you're doing in Ecuador? Thank you, Alicia. Good morning. Well, in Ecuador, we believe we can do tourism without having a negative impact on the environment and on the communities. As an example of that, a lot of you have heard about the National Park of the Galapagos. The Galapagos National Park is UNESCO's heritage site, and it has been able to combine tourism and sustainability through several actions. There is a protected area where the Ministry of the Environment acts, and also actions towards a low impact tourism. And there are several actions in the park that follow a special regime and a lot of rules and specific laws in the area, restrictions in terms of managing plastic, the use for solid waste treatment, the load capacity is limited, as well as the building of new tourism facilities. Now, the challenge is to transfer this management to the mainland, Ecuador. And the Ministry of Tourism has established some strategies. It has identified the main problems. One of the issues we are faced with throughout Ecuador, but mainly the coastal line, is lack of planning. So we have worked, the central government has tried to understand it. And we have 4 levels of government: the central government, the provincial government, the district governments, and local governments. The central government, of course, has more. The one that has more powers over tourism is the district and local government. So we wanted to have a planning process for tourism development, and in line with territorial land use plannings. This tool has indicators of sustainability that are monitored and is divided into 4 main components: environment, socio-economic area, cultural area, and safety. Then another action we are already carrying out currently is that we have established a technical framework for sustainability lines to be applied in the different districts or municipalities. This technical framework wants to foster the quality of these destinations through certifications, also aims at strengthening the natural resources, care about these resources, human resources as well, and how we establish these alignments. We use three international tools. One is the SDC criteria, the Global Council for Sustainable Tourism. Another one is the criteria for tourism destinations, and the third one is green destination criteria, and another one. And these documents are the basis to create our fundings. Of course, we try to use what is common in those documents and those that are more adapted to our reality. Now, based on this program, then we developed several strategies for each reality. We have one for similar to the problem Magic Peaks, where we use methodology of 2017, but now it's much more adapted to the territorial reality of Ecuador. And we want to enhance the specific attractions. And we also have a strategy for urban tourism and for heritage tourism, cultural heritage cities, and a strategy for sustainable beaches. And in this strategy, we also work with criteria of the blue flag and for better quality of the beaches. This is the umbrella under which we are working at territorial level, and one of the most important parts is the articulation with citizenship, with the citizens, with the tourism industry, and each one of our programs has a component of the citizens, which is the citizens committees. These citizens committees are constituted of members of the tourism industry. Thank you for sharing this with us and for the work we are doing. Jake, you are from the private sector. Tourism in Dominican Republic is a global example. What's your vision in this perspective? How do you work on sustainability? What are the challenges? Good morning. Well, Punta Cana is a company. Punta Cana is a development business in Dominican Republic. We have 53 years experience on sustainable development, and one of the pioneers, both in the creation of tourism in the Dominican Republic and also in strategies for sustainable tourism. And I believe that we have created a new destination in the region that, 50 years ago, it was a remote area without local communities at all, without tourism activity. At the time, there were about 1,500 houses in that region. The best known destination was IP at the time. And now we have, just in the Punta Cana area, 45,000 hotel facilities and 4 million passengers arriving per year. It is one of the tourism powers in the region. So much so that many people don't know that Punta Cana is part of the Dominican Republic. It's not a country. It's not a separate country. It's a destination that is part of the Dominican Republic. And this now we have also invested in the sustainable development, because the founders of the company became aware very early that the coastal tourism of sun and beach has two main assets that attract people. The people and themselves, the local culture, the Dominican charm, and all this human warmth of people, and the other part, the other side, very important, is the natural part, the natural resources, beaches, coral reefs, all experiences that people come to see in the Caribbean. So our founders realized that there were many projects that had failed in the region because they did not respect the local communities, they had not fostered the human development, and they did not. We had to create strategies to protect the local environment. So this was one of the initial targets, even before sustainability became a buzzword, and it was much focused on this. And a lot of investments have been made throughout the years to reinforce the communities and the local environment. And this is something we articulate on education. We are managing 3 schools, a polytechnic school for tourism education, and then a private school. Also the health sector. We have invested a lot in primary care, in the local communities, collaborations with the government, and public-private partnerships, and important investments on the environment, managing solid waste, water management, be it wastewater or drinking water, the protection of the coastal region, the coral reefs, and restoring these coral reefs, and always trying to find new techniques to recover those ecosystems. And this is key to our business. And an important term is investment. We don't think about these problems as being something apart from the business. No, it's part of the business because we want to create a business on the long term. And as you have seen in the region, there have been many short-term projects that do not think about long-term conservation. So these small projects, the small programs, and with some symbolic actions, but we see this as a whole encompassing investment program. So this has been one of the strategies. We used the foundation as one of the mechanisms to foster, to promote these projects, and so we get support and make alliances that maybe traditionally would not be made, programs of support, private donations, and we use the resort as a experimentation laboratory so that the foundation finds solutions for the different social and environmental challenges. This is a bit of the structure that we have created, and with the leadership in the region in terms of sustainability, tourism, and we have used this model to motivate some partners in the region, namely hotels, trying to learn from our experience. And well, maybe further ahead we can speak about some of these challenges, examples that led towards a greater integration. Well, it has been a very good experience we've had in the Dominican Republic, because in Punta Cana, sustainability and growth, promotion of sustainability came mainly from the private sector. In other countries, it has been the public sector or foreign actors or foundations that led this sustainability agenda. But in the Dominican Republic, it was the private sector that led this ideal and that developed many of our structures and companies. We have the hotels, we have all the resorts, and the private international investment. Also, the electricity is private. The roads are private, or the road builders are private. waste management is also in private hands. So this is different from many other areas. But yes, we also have some challenges here. It's very interesting what you say, how from the private sector is promoting sustainable development, maybe unlike what happens in other countries, which is more led by the public sector. But no, what we have is to come together, and I'm sure that what you're saying can be replicated in other parts of the world. Now, this is something I'd like to talk about in the second part, starting with Carolina, a more closed model, but at the same time that requires a connection not just with the private sector, but in other realms. I don't know, transportation, how to have access to the Azores, how to arrive in the Azores, what are the infrastructures necessary, basic services. As a development institution, we work in an integrated manner with their infrastructure, cities, creative economy. So the challenge is precisely how to articulate all this. Now, in your case, how do you work on this? The flights that come, arrive or not? Yes, good question. I didn't mention a while ago that the whole process we are developing under Azores DMO, this collaborative process and annual process, I mean, this is the result of a commitment of the regional government to get the certification of the Azores archipelago as a sustainable destination. We are the first archipelago in the world to have international sustainability certification pursuant to GSTC, the Global Council on Tourism, on Sustainable Tourism. And the entity that advises EarthCheck, and EarthCheck sets up 12 key performance areas in their framework. It involves energy efficiency, greenhouse effect gases, transport, society, economy, wastewater, sewage, waste management. So when we talk about sustainable destination, it goes way beyond tourism alone. It is something focused on people first, the Azorians, and men and women. And if it is good, if the management of the destination benefits first and foremost the local community, then it will be good for the tourists, for those that we receive. That is why we involve all sectors. We are working on transport, agriculture, fisheries, the oceans. All these sectors are involved so that when we gather qualitative and quantitative data, we show the performance level in terms of sustainable development of the destination through those data, how the territory in terms of sustainable development, and then we say, well, we are not doing so well in transport. We have to improve the offer in terms of public transport. We involve the regional directors that have powers on the area to ask for contributions in terms of actions, commitments that can be measured so that we can monitor those actions. That's how we are able to, this collaboration, go towards sustainable development. And note that a certified destination, a sustainable certified destination, doesn't mean it is perfect. Being sustainable doesn't mean that it is perfect. It means that we are traveling this road, that we have the humbleness and transparency to say, yes, we do have good practices. One of our approaches at coastal level is to favor sustainable fisheries. We also have the project called Blue Azores that wants to increase our protected marine areas up to 30% in the whole area of the islands. But moreover, we always want to keep traveling this path, and do always as much as possible to work together towards sustainable development. Yes, we have all these studies, working groups, all these teams involve public sector, private sector, NGOs, all collaborating together towards the same goal. For instance, we often think that there are no problems, water problems in the Azores. Well, this is not true. In most islands, it's not a problem. I have my reusable bottle. I can open the tap and get water from the tap. But in a smaller island like Graciosa, this is not a fact. They have some problems with running water. We have to involve the agriculture, the water regulatory authority, all those entities to contribute with real actions, because let me strengthen this. Plans can no longer be left in the drawer. They must be put into practice. And strategies has to focus on actions. And actions are either they're monitored every year to see the success level, or then we cannot attain those goals. That's what I wanted to stress. It is very important to think about a collaborative structure to achieve what we want to achieve.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Marta, I think your model is the opposite, because you're focusing on smaller communities. But I'd like to understand your path. How do you work with people who want to develop their sustainable business, but like you're doing with the Caminho Vicentino? Well, like you said, we have 250 members, micro companies or people, and the idea is to be bound together and with the joint focus. And this keeps changing, and we need to be agile enough to respond to the challenges whenever they arise. We have a very formal and also an informal component. And this allows us to create products easily and launch them into the market in a very independent way, because we're active throughout all the value chain. Early on, we had hospitality, restaurant, transport to add to a hiking program, and then the tourism operator would launch or sell, or people would come by themselves. But as time progresses and other challenges pop up, what we try to do today is to bring new layers of content that will have this idea of identity, of the roots in our territory. So now we have a QR code of an agenda that we push with all that the local community has to offer, not just for tourists, but for the community itself. But things that we deem to be interesting for tourists as well. So from certain criteria that were built together previously, we want them to take part in this agenda. And then there's all the hospitality, the people, the place where people can spend the night, and then there's all this network. There's the neighbor who's the fisherman. Then there's the cheese lady. It's easy to bring all these elements into the tourism chain, and sometimes the other members who cooperate are just next door. So we're thinking about a new scheme to involve all restaurants and hospitality business that are locally sourced, for instances. We're going into a new age, a new type of organization, and it's very exciting to see all of this going on. These are cooperative bodies that go beyond agricultural production. And here we go back to sustainability. It's not an end in itself. We're still very far from having truly sustainable tourism. We're not there yet. We're still trying to figure out how we can speed up this process. And this issue seems to be very important. We need to look at tourism as something else other than a sector. It's a bridge between several sectors. And when we look at climate change, when we look at plane travel, etc., I would say if we can look at all these short supply chains, when we think of the tourism food chain, then we'll already be doing a lot for a more sustainable proposal. So our role is to identify a path, to understand how we can get there, to link up several partners and set up a scheme or a program, and then focuses on the challenges, on obstacles with local and central government. It's a complicated task. But not many examples are already show themselves to be committed to this path. But when the time comes to share the experience, we all come out ahead because we're all still learning from our own experience. And the Azores have been a benchmark in all this. But there are other cases. And the idea that we can bring the knowledge of what's being done in other regions into our region is very good. It's very interesting that the path to sustainability is exactly that. It's a path. So I'm very interested by all this value chain issue. Philip, I'd like to know, you've talked about identity and tourism models. Some of them are not very bespoke, but I'd like to know how you're working and what's your experience. Well, Portuguese is a new language for me. But in Ecuador, there's great natural and cultural diversity, but it's hard to identify what our biggest potential is. We have 18 nationalities and 14 indigenous people. And an important thing is this natural wealth. And we're working on several programs. Magical Corners. Magical Corners seeks to identify the natural and cultural assets, and they tend to be an image of a market, and this is very attractive to tourists. But it's not about just about the IPDAL market. It's something that should ideally affect all the production chain. We want to value the farmer, their products, how the products are produced, created, how they get from farm to fork, so to speak. There are many relevant people that focus on the value chain. There's a lot of tourism shops, for instance, in Ecuador. They focus on tourists, community tourism, for instance. And I think this is a major focus, and we're highlighting that. We're investing in that. We don't have a lot of time, so I'd like to wrap up. So I'll give you a couple of minutes to tell us about the main challenges to your vision, and how can CAF, that has a very holistic version of these topics, how do you think CAF can work with you? In the case of Portugal, how can they best use their experiences to bring back to Latin America? I think the main challenge is scaling sustainable tourism. We want sustainable destinations. In the Dominican Republic, we've created small isolated projects. They're very successful, like Punta Cana. But they're small, they're little examples. Only a very small percentage of, for instance, 45 beds represent sustainable actions. So we've received several awards from National Geographic, etc. And our president was named as the ambassador for the World Tourism Organization for sustainable tourism. But as a region, we've failed because we're not a sustainable destination. So how can we scale these small examples? How can we turn them into sustainable destinations? For that, we need to integrate the private and public sectors. If we don't create a national strategy, a sustainable strategy, we won't be able to scale up. And the role of the CAF is to help scale up from small examples to regions, to countries, especially when it comes to Caribbean and Latin America. We still have very small, fragmented examples, and sustainability, it becomes something very isolated. And what we need is to scale things. One of the main challenges has to do with teaching the citizens, the people, and the politicians about the sustainable tourism destinations. It's not very attractive to develop sustainable destinations because the results come in the medium and the long run, because it's tougher to capitalize on immediate results. But the fostering, it's hard to find financing to motivate people and SMEs to choose this path. First, I think we need to be aware that sustainability is inevitable. It's here to stay. And we either jump on the train and adjust to this new reality, and this is a path with international directives, but if we don't jump on the train, we'll be left behind. And the way that we adjust is by producing actions. One of the goals is to show commitments that translate into tangible action. And we need to focus on quality rather than quantity for tourism as well as other sectors. We're still the victims of a capitalist system where there's not an equitable distribution of wealth. Let me give you a very clear example, recent example, the pandemic. Everybody said, no matter the cost, we'll have a vaccine. And after a little more than a year, we had several vaccines. But if we did the same for climate urgent climate change, what kind of results would we have? But we achieved because we had consistent action. We were mission-oriented and goal-oriented. That's how we need to act. And for several sectors and sustainable tourism, this is how it should go. In the Azores, we want to focus on quality rather than quantity and attract tourists, more sustainable tourists that share the same values. Today's consumer have these values in mind, and we want tourism that focuses on the added value. We don't want to be a mass destination. Well, I think, Marta, we could go into this for several areas, but since you give us only a couple of minutes, let me tell just our experience is that tourism cannot be seen as a silo. One of the main factors is the political will to commit to a path. And it's not about sustainability, it's the only path. Of the several issues that I could focus on, I'd like to focus on one that is especially key, that it's planning. Our model still has several sectors competing for territorial planning. I'm thinking agriculture. There's intensive farming and agriculture that drives out tourism from that area for landscaping reasons. But I can not only reconcile both things, but I can create a new type of agriculture and a new type of tourism. So until these sectors have a dialogue on the way territory is occupied, these changes in this new organization can only be provided if the communities are organized. And this is not like it was 30 years ago, because communities have initiatives that are not followed by the governments. There's a new way to occupy rural lands. We need to foster organization. We need to empower communities so that they can be true allies to public policies and vice versa. Well, thank you very much. We've run out of time, but it's true. We've learned some lessons. The fact that we can help create institutional benchmarks when it comes to capacity and how can we scale up all these private initiatives in a wider framework in a more participative economy. I think this will help us move forward, and this is a key sector to contribute towards economic development, growth, and the creation of jobs and the preservation of natural resources. Thank you, everyone. This was very interesting, and I hope we keep talking and you keep talking and everybody keeps talking about this. Thank you very much.
Antes que se vayan,
Before you leave, we invite you to come for a picture. Right there where you're standing, please. So, good and sort of not so good news. Well, the good news is that there's a coffee break and it's right behind you. And I'd like to greet the Secretary of State of Environment and Energy. And the poor news is that in keeping with the schedule, we'll keep the coffee break to 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
tentar, vou chamar. Como o tempo voa, estes 15 minutos, parecia que passaram só 5.
Time flies. It seems it was just 5 minutes, but we do have to resume our work. So please, could you take your seats? I understand that our coffee break is excellent, but I wanted everyone to take their seats. I ask our team to call the guests, please. And we can, of course, take coffee. Sit. I reiterate that people from CAF and IPDAL to make sure everyone takes their seat so that we can resume our session. I can see that we are finally being successful, so I also take advantage to say that before the second panel we will show a video with a summary of the technical missions that CAF teams have carried out in Portugal. One of these technical missions was to promote water and sanitation, sustainable sanitation. The other one was within the scope of this first panel. We did some study cases here in Portugal by the technical teams to exchange lessons learned and to bring the good practices to be implemented in Latin America. So these missions were followed by a video team. And now let's take a look at the videos, and then please make sure you take your seats. I work for IPDAL team, and I'm very happy with Águas de Portugal in Lisbon, sharing experiences from the region, be it Latin America and in this side of continent. Portugal was able to solve problems that, in terms of space, in an innovative way, to achieve the ultimate goal, which is improving the quality of the water. And so I think this type of experiences is something we can learn from. There are different ways of solving the problems and innovative ways. There were success cases we have been able to get to know, and the importance of articulating examples of public and private entities in Portugal, and also the entities that have been invited to this experience. In CAF, we came to Portugal to get to know the importance of tourism for sustainable development, economic development, through the activities that we are carrying out. We are showing that collaborative work involving the environment, culture, tourism is fundamental to build a sustainable tourism.
Bueno, un gran honor estar acá en
A great honor to be here in Lisbon, in Portugal, and to participate in this conference for development that will mark the relationship between Latin America and Portugal, marked by the importance of the circular economy and sustainability, important subjects to both regions, and we are looking towards it.
Vamos então dar início a...
So let's now begin the second session on sustainable models in water and sanitation. I'd like to invite moderator Hannah Cardenas, urban development manager, that will introduce the subject. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me confess this. I was going to speak Portuguese, but fortunately we have simultaneous interpreting, so you don't have to bear my accent. So again, good morning. Thank you. As the moderator said, it will be a very brief presentation. My presentation, and as it was said by the Minister of Finance and President of CAF, is to talk about the challenges and opportunities that this sector, the water sector and sanitation, is faced in Latin America. And we have 30% of drinking water sources, but where we need to where we have plenty of space in terms of, and opportunity in terms of infrastructures to manage water. It's an opportunity for these relations with Portugal. So my presentation and the purpose we have is to so some of the subjects that have been raised by the panelists from the different companies, water and sanitation, that visit us and that have been with us in North America and Portugal. So first, I will speak from the vision of water safety and three subjects that support sustainability and the need for an adaptive planning of the basins, the water basins, to involve the digital transformation in our companies to provide these services of water and sanitation, and the major benefits that the circular economy entails. This is so important that to be done in the sector, and what are the main benefits it entails. So then we will get into the panel, the real panel. So as far as water security is concerned, it's, for CAF, water security is a pillar of our strategy. There can be no strategy without sustainability. And to achieve sustainability, we see four main elements that have to take place. First, the access to water and sanitation for the populations. This access means not just in quantity, but quality is fundamental. And so the second one is the productive vision that also has water for the productive water. And thinking about everything related to the different industries, namely the agricultural development. And this is one of the challenges, such as food security, and the role that water plays in reducing contamination, namely in the water basins. And so we have an opportunity to develop here an important agenda for infrastructures that not just talks about the use of the water, but also its reuse, and where Latin America, as I said, has plenty of room for improvement. And finally, one of the important challenges in the context of climate change, how water can be one of the engines of resilience. And in the last 20 years, all this climate phenomenon has increased 80%. So As I said in the beginning, it's fundamental to understand that this sector requires adaptive planning based on the basins, the water. As you know, the water basins are the unit, the management unit for excellence, and they become the basis for public policies in the sector. And why? Because the basin is a geographic continuum. What happens upstream in the basin ends up affecting the urban area. So this requires an institutional effort around the management of the water basins so that we can ensure transparency, participation, and promote and convey security to and trust to the citizens. This is fundamental. Water is not just quantity, but it's also measured in terms of quality. So transparency is very important. Now, precisely, this is a focus on basins, on the water basins, that makes us manage the integral water resource management in three main systems: natural, socio-economic, and institutional system. Where there is the demographic demand, the greater use of resources, but on the other hand, the natural geophysic system and the more environmental management of the water. And hence this integral vision, this full vision should allow for tools to regulate this water security with the necessary public policies, and also to manage the main infrastructures that may solve these challenges. Now, another fundamental element to keep talking about sustainability and water security is the need for digital transformation. This was a fact before the pandemic, and after the pandemic, it's a must. It became a must that these companies, water companies, should ensure this technological transition. Even before the pandemic, we can come to the consensus about the need to work on with the different water and sanitation providers to follow them in this increasing in this road towards a new technological border. And so companies have developed the necessary management tools for self-diagnosis. And so what we want to is identify the baseline and how much can be improved, and then give that follow-up. And the management will be much more efficient, and the service provided will be much better. And this is part of our strategy in terms of sanitation and water services. Finally, quoting the President, circular economy is a change in paradigm that we have to obtain immediately. We have to go from this vision of a linear economy, produce, extract, produce, distribute, to a more waste management based on benefits in environmental terms, economic and social terms, when we reuse the water. With Águas de Portugal, yesterday we have seen some examples how the reuse of water can be used for agriculture and industry. And in Latin America, we should be able to make investments in this department, going from infrastructures, management of waste management, to factories, so to speak, that are good opportunities for the population. And so I stop here, and this was just a general framework. Now we will have different speakers that will let us know their experiences, their success stories, opportunities for improvement on both sides of the Atlantic. 4 speakers, and you will introduce them. Thank you.
Perfecto. Muchísimas gracias, Ángel, por tu.
Thank you, Ángel, for your presentation, for your ability to summarize. Without further ado, I'd like to ask all the members of the panel to come up to the stage. Cláudio Jesus, Chairman of Águas de Portugal. Joana Patinho, under manager of EMPAD, MAPS in Quito, Ecuador, Victor Alarcon, General Manager of Water Services for Lima, Peru, and Cristina Arango, General Manager of the Bogota, Colombia Water Services. Thank you. Welcome again. It's been a pleasure, and thank you, Claudio, for hosting us for the past few days and for showing us the state-of-the-art technology that Portugal has. And because in Latin America, we think the Portuguese experiment is very, very good. There's this huge gap in sanitation. Only 34% have access to safe waste management. And this is an issue that has to do with several things, but also governance. Joanna, so the first question is, what is your company doing to fight climate change in these ecosystems and to ensure that the people receive their supply? Good morning, everyone. Thank you. So the Quito Drinking Water Company has pioneered these initiatives. We're 2,800 meters above sea level. Our water comes from the Andes, and this ecosystem is very fragile. And 20 years ago, when not many people talked about conservation and environment, we came up with the idea to create a fund to protect this drinking water. And the idea we started by creating a fund. This is an example of how private and public bodies can work together. This fund is funded by private and public bodies. This fund manages the drinking water in Quito, and we carry out conservation initiatives at the source, and we restore these waterways in the Andes, and we've had amazing results so far. 543 liters per second that will recover until 2040. And if we didn't have this program, this system, we would lose this amount of water. So now we're conserving 155,000 hectares. 2,000 hectares are our own lands, and others are protected by cooperation agreements. So we're teaching people and in the field of environment in order to protect our resources. So in this basin, we have a number of actions that allow us to protect the water and the resources for future generations. Thank you, Joanna. Just before moving on, I'd like to stress three elements: the creation of a financial instrument to somehow allow bodies to invest. Then there's the conservation itself. And the third one that I think is most interesting, which is education for the purposes of future generation. So now I'd like to move on to Cristina Arango, General Manager of the Water Company of Bogota, Colombia. It's a leading company in this area and a member of CAF. Cristina. So your company is part of the the restructuring of your general plan. There's a project for 7 cubic meters and 400 to clean 420 metric cubic meters of garbage. You have many projects that will be key to the decontamination of the Bogota River. So you have all these projects. How can you? How do you think? What kind of support do you need in terms of government to bring to fruition all your projects to clear the estuary and to clean up the Bogota River? Hello, everyone. Thank you for this invitation. Well, Bogota is trying to clean up the Bogota River. Over these past 20 years, a lot of money has been invested in all this system. But recently, we've launched Salitre, which is a regional project operated by us. I think Portugal and Águas de Portugal allow us to see that, yes, we can decontaminate a river, we can clean up a river, and we're close to doing so. We're 16 cubic meter per second plant away from being successful. We hope this year, or at the latest early next year, to have this treatment plant of Canas, the third greatest in Latin America, the greatest in Latin America, and the second largest in the world. And like the Tagus River, we think we can clean up the river and allow it to be reused. Based on the Portuguese experience, I think we can focus on reuse, and we've been focusing on industrial topics, but the regulation and the operational side must focus on reusing these waters that will allow us to be involved in circular economy. When it comes to government, I think I'd think it's more important for drinking water, because Bogota is a very wide, sprawling area, and we have major challenges regarding water. And I think it's important to find unified interests with people in these municipalities, and we need to involve them in these solutions. Planning these infrastructures over a period of 20 years is very important, but you talked about reusing, and this related to another topic. 60% of wastewater in Latin America is not treated. It's dumped directly, and this is a very important challenge. So there's very little regulation when it comes to the reuse of water. I come from an area where we face these issues, and so we need to work on this. Let me give the floor to Claudio now, and I'll ask you the same question, but from another angle. There's this experience with the Tagus, and it's a successful experience. It's a success story, but what do you see as a success elements that can be replicated in Latin America and Caribbean? And from your international experience, is there any case study similar to the one in Portugal that can be applied to Latin America? Well, good morning, everyone. I'll speak Portuguese, of course. Let me start by thanking CAF for their invitation to be here today and speak on behalf of Águas de Portugal. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity you've provided us to show you what our group and Portugal have done for the environment over the past 30 years. And we've had significant achievements. Angel brought you some figures about what's going on in Latin America. 30 years ago, Portugal was worse off. It had 50% for human consumption in the faucets, 50% of wastewater treated, and 0% of solid waste was treated. Now, and over the past few years, almost 100% of our water is our own. In any part of the country, we can drink water without any health issues. We're drinking bottled water, but we shouldn't be doing this. We should be contributing to a more sustainable world. We should be drinking tap water. But we reach almost 90% of treated wastewater, which is an EU-imposed target. But how did we do all this? Well, basically, it's based on 3 pillars. Political will, the creation of the Águas de Portugal group in '93. This was a political decision to make this sector like a company. There's been many surveys, many studies, a lot of engineering going into this sector. And then there's been a lot of, and then something was essential, money. Money from European funds, from cohesion funds. And we also had an important push from the EIB. For many years, we were their main client in the field of environment, and we've had 2.5 billion euros from a total 6.7 billion euros that we've invested. And this helps us put infrastructures all over Portugal with the results that our friends bore witness to in the video that you just saw. So we had a very polluted country. We had Rio Ave, they used to call Benetton River, because next to that river was the textile industry, and every day the color changed depending on the industry that was operating on that day. And then we had the Tagus estuary that was polluted. The Trancão River was the most polluted river in Europe 30 years ago. And yesterday you went on a boat tour. Some of you were not with us, but it wasn't a perfect day yesterday. But you could see that there's dolphins in the Tagus. There are fish that have come back 40 years later. We can see them again in the Tagus. This means there's biological indicators of lack of pollution, and this is as clean as it's been in a very long time. We now have almost 400 blue flags, which is the EU symbol of quality, and from all over Portugal you can go to the beach and swim in the ocean without worrying about quality or health issues. These success factors can be replicated. Can they be replicated? Do they exist elsewhere? The Nanxi River in China has a cleanup program that is similar, but you cannot transpose this to South America. Then there's the San Francisco Bay and some other examples, but I think ours is better and more pleasant and much more scalable and adjustable to the South American context. This model is based on a very narrow relationship between Aguas Portugal and the municipalities. Our regional delegations are based on a great partnership between Aguas Portugal and local municipalities. We create regional bodies, and so they run centrally and publicly, but the municipalities have a word to say. So they're shareholders and users, and this ensures a good functioning of the local companies and fair rates. So we're always focusing on this aspect of our work, and as you know, municipalities are those who watch more closely the daily problems, and they're the ones who sound the alarm if something's not right. Thank you, Claudia. Let me break down this recipe. Political commitment, a lot of planning, a lot of surveys, a lot of engineering studies, financing, and let me share something with you. One of the members of the panel said that this cannot go forward without the support of our government, because these projects are very expensive. It's hard to include them in their public budgets. And governance is very important, because the local aspects have to have a word to say. It is crucial that the people in an area feel that our company was created to serve them. And that we're at their service, and that this is not something distant, that someone in Lisbon centrally decides about a region, whether in the north or the south of Portugal. It's important that they understand that the decision making is close to them. So the mayors are key in consolidating this corporate project in each of the areas where we're active. We cover 80% of Portugal, but some regions said, we don't want Aguas Portugal, we want to manage and sort out our issues. We can do this. And there's municipal systems. This is not a sole model. We have our own, and then there's private licenses. There are several solutions, but I'm here to talk about ours. I think we all agree that this is similar to some of the challenges we face in South America. Victor, what are the short and mid-term challenges in ensuring access to drinking water to everyone and wastewater management? Well, thank you for this issue, and thank you everyone for being here. It's wonderful to come back to Lisbon. I've been away for many years. I'd like to greet everyone at home listening to us on the streaming platforms. This is a very interesting question, because I think that all of those who work in our field, in water and sanitation, especially in Latin America, with emerging economies, we face a huge challenge and major responsibility, because our companies, their work has an impact on the right to access to water, but it has to do with economic development, health, and they help generate high quality of life that we all should have. When it comes to Lima, Peru, that's the area managed by my company, I'd like to say that we cover drinking water. We give 93% of the population of 11 million people. And 10 years ago, there was under 6 million people there. So we cover 93% of the people with drinking water and 91% of wastewater management. What does this all mean? That there's between 800,000 and a million people that have no access to drinking water or wastewater management. They live in precarious conditions. And due to some government actions, we have been giving these isolated people or these areas, we've been sending drinking trucks, tankers full of drinking water, and this has reduced this in the early times of the pandemic. It reduced by 95% the spread of COVID. What was the underlying idea of bringing to improve our services? We need to invest about 3 billion euros to provide everyone with drinking water. And these are vital projects to ensure the main water sources. And some water treatment plants. So that's the money we need for all these infrastructures. And when it comes to the water network, water pipes to bring water to people, we're talking about 6 billion euros. But we also need to create awareness in our team. At IPDAL, we're focused on the user. We want to be focused and centered around our client. We want our clients, our workers, and the end users to be the center of IPDAL. To that end, when you consider all our regulators, etc., we find many hurdles to reaching our goals. Whenever we find a challenge, we have to say that the client comes first, and we need to sort out the client's problem, and after that, look for a solution or a path forward. In Peru, we use about 1 billion euros a year in sanitation works, but we need more. We need about 4 billion euros. So that over the next 8 years, we can close this gap, not just for Lima, but for all the country in general. And everybody working in the sector knows that whenever people have drinking water at home or in our companies, the increase in GDP is 1.6% if there's a full coverage of drinking water. And we're working very closely with the Andean communities, because Lima is the second largest city in the world. We have about 11 million people, so we're the largest city after Cairo. And it never snows. It never snows there. So I was talking about this because the connection between people and companies is improving, and we've started working with a fund called Merece, and money's put into that fund to be applied in the recovery of ecosystems. To that end, CAF is working closely with IPDAL, since their largest work in the field of sanitation, which is it means an investment of about 300 million euros. Part of this investment is being financed by CAF. Of course, there are some issues to be solved to have this be sustainable over time, but we're very happy. Wrapping up, I'd like to say that about 2 weeks ago in Lima, there was a huge event called Expo Agua, and all the companies in water and waste management come together. And the subtitle this year was Expo Agua and Sustainability. So this meant we need to focus on sustainability. This should be a priority. But like our Dominican colleagues said, sustainability can be part of the business model. And in this meeting, Expo Agua, we had the executive president of the body that supervises water and sanitation in Peru, SUNAS. And he said that in order to overcome all these issues, these companies must work we should focus on technology. And when I heard talk about the digital transformation of water and sanitation companies, I'd like to say that we're working on this. We're developing the digitalization of programs. And like I told you, there's 800 people without drinking water, but they're all geo-referenced. There's always GPS on the trucks. We know where they are. And this digital transformation project started by reaching out to our workers. And the executive director of SUNAS was talking about sustainability. And yesterday in Lisbon, I saw the water treatment plants they have. They're not just efficient, they're not just innovative, they're not just a highly replicable model, but we need to say that they're pretty, they're beautiful, they mesh with the landscape, and we had the opportunity to toast them with beer in order to change our mindset, not just the mindset of our companies, but also our own mindset. And that's what we're focusing on at IPDAL.
Thank you, Victor. Just one comment. Latin America, to achieve Agenda 2030, would have to triple investments in water, and we are only investing 1/4 of what we should be investing in water and sanitation, which leaves us with a certain bitter, sour taste. Now, we still have 15 minutes. I will ask each of you to use 3 minutes in your answers. And so, Joanna, first. It happens in Ecuador, where the current legislation has this linear economy to circular economy mechanisms, namely the search for a sustainable consumption and waste management. In 2019, a study was carried out to assess the level of use of water, and that would allow for a reduction in consumption in drinking water and non-drinking water, namely irrigation. So the question is, have you implemented this methodology, and if so, what is the state of play, And finally, I know it will be difficult. Do you think that with this type of actions can we contribute to guarantee the sustainability of the services? Well, let me start from the last part. Yes, we are convinced of that, and our work is towards sustainability of management of sanitation and wastewater as something which is absolutely necessary. As someone said, we work from the source, from the conservation, to ensure water security. Then we cannot have a sustainability of the resource just to reduce this pressure on the use of water resources. We have to do this sustainability taking into account these discharges, because it gives us water socioeconomic and environmental sustainability. That's where we want to get. And I share with the other panelists the opinion that this is a process, and we want to be part of the process. And as we have to do this work, work in the decontamination of Quito's rivers, we have a master plan, but we still need the resources. We have implemented the Quitumbe plant, and this plant is a small plant that where we treat about 100 liters per second. And then in our laboratory, we are trying to replicate this at a larger scale. We have carried out a pilot which consisted of using water for irrigation, water that meets the environmental parameters according to our directive. Well, it did pass, and this is great. And then we also carried out a pilot with a private user, private company, to use for the use of the water in agricultural irrigation. And we realized it was not as hard as waste that can be used precisely for agriculture. So we are now implementing or considering implementing the whole products of the plant. We are in contact with the Ministry of the Environment to help us change the environmental management plan. And what will be the final destination? Well, first we have to meet the management plan. The management plan says that they should go to a dumpster, and for that we need an update of the plant. We are awaiting approval so that we can start and manage, and therefore have a model which is feasible. Thank you for sticking to the 3 minutes. Christina, some questions. Nationality Colombia has a circular economy policy to the management of drinking water and wastewater management. In this context, the local water company has been doing some work. Biogas and biosolids can be reused in the productive cycle, reducing the impact on the environment. Do you think that this type of subproducts is fundamental, since 35% of the biogas is used in the installations themselves? And what can be done so that this facility can be sustainable in energy terms, and if it is one of the main goals that we should consider in terms of service sustainability? Well, yes, the company is committed towards the circular economy. In the process that we have, saltpeter, we use about 35% in biogas that is generated. Moreover, we are committed to improve and launch into the circular economy. Currently, we have 3 small hydroelectric entrances at work within the system. And now we are preparing a fourth one to generate about 7 mega, and to generate an additional mega with solar systems. The smaller plant we have uses or reuses the water throughout the industrial process. We are currently optimizing the TikTok treatment plant that produces about 8 cubic meters per second. And the idea is that with this optimization to include all the reuse system in the industrial process, and this means about 16 cubic meters per second in the drinking water. So we are committed, yes, in the and the saltpeter treatment plan is will have to be optimized, and we will try to do that. Thank you, Christina. In the case of Portugal, we heard that 90% of the plant covers all the energy needs. So there is a cost opportunity to take into account here, which is about 5 cents. It goes from 5 cents to 55 cents. So this is for each euro. So this is a good vision of sustainability, not just technical, but also financial. And that's what Victor asked. The need to work with the client and with the end user, but also in terms of the business administration, how to make sure the company has the highest return level, not just in terms of the service provided, but also in business-wise terms. Now, Claudia, Portugal has an increasingly greater importance at the international level, and I'd say also very, very present in the African continent. The minister, the president of Grenada said this, and I say that the relevant question is, do you see that Latin America and Caribbean is a right place to making investments for water Águas de Portugal? And having heard Victor that says he needed $1 million in investments, do you have an intervention plan prepared for the region? And do you have CAF as an ally in this plan, if you have it? Let's see, one thing at a time. You have 4 minutes. Thank you. Well, so one thing at a time. We have 13 regional companies. The largest one is IPDAL, 150 years old. So a perfectly consolidated activity with plenty of technical and technological products that did not have the opportunity, that you didn't have the opportunity to see, but we leave the challenge to the next visit. We only visited the aqueduct and the cistern, which are very beautiful works of art, but they are not so relevant today. It's just part of the history of the water provision services 200 years ago. So our services today are in the outside. We started some 20 years ago, and I believe you can understand we started with the Portuguese-speaking countries, Angola, Mozambique. Then we extended our action to all other Portuguese-speaking countries, Guinea-Bissau, São Tomé e Príncipe, Cape Verde. Since 2000, we are in East Timor, also with the company, and gradually, we have extended our action to French-speaking Africa and to north of Africa, and where we are hoping to get a great contract next year in Tunisia with a co-funding by the Banco de Portugal. But we didn't start like that. We started little by little with technical assistance contracts, training contracts. The risk, financial risk for the public operator was practically null. Now we have this activity fully consolidated. We have a strategy that allows us to identify business opportunities where we can be involved in financial terms. Having said this, and now going to the other side of the Atlantic, yes, of course, we are very much available to embrace challenges in Latin America and the Caribbean as long as there is an opportunity, and if there is need for funding or co-funding, namely if it is thanks to CAF. Thank you, Claude. Let me answer Victor as well. If you are interested, say, for instance, in an international, the focus of Águas Portugal at international level, the first approach would be to follow a technical consultancy and studies that could allow for funding vision and see the space that they're being done in Africa. So something we said yesterday that is important to exchange experiences and identify new partners. Though, Victor, I will ask you now another question, if I can find it. Law 1280 marked the provision of sanitation services in Article 2 states that the treatment of the wastewater treatment should be more of a service comprising enhancing the quality of wastewaters and for its final consumption or reuse. And so the service of supplying wastewater and its reuse is fundamental to be carried out in a regulated manner. The question is, what has Apple done about this process, and how has sustainability and services contribute, or sustainability contribute to the service provided? And are there any plans for the reuse of treated wastewaters? Thank you. Let me start with the first. That invitation to work together that we made before. Today at 3:30, we will have a meeting with the CEPAL people, the experts of Águas de Portugal, to talk about the management or control of non-invoiced water. Now, Lima is a desert, and each drop counts. What it is not counted for, well, that's fundamental to us. So our teams are ready for this first talk over, it will be over video conference. And then we will see how we can receive this technical assistance, and hence Portugal and Lisbon, as citizen and European capital, is the closest city to South America. And we have been a little bit far in matters of coordination and management, and having seen the abilities of Águas de Portugal, that allows us to explore collaboration initiatives. We have already planned for 3 of those, a program with 3 development lines via World Bank. And to gain even more time, we are working directly between the 2 entities. Now, as regards the key law, 1280, basically that law has a possibility of selling the water treated, wastewater that has been treated. Until then, it was not deemed a product. And so Law 1280 of 2016, what it allowed us for is important use of a new product. We have several of these companies that are interested in the same treatment teams, water treatment teams, including operationals that are more visible to the client, so that this all comes about. And I've had clients where water is being bought and reused, like water factories. They are using this water in agriculture, irrigation, and such. Parks, like in parks and gardens, if they are not watered, the plants will dry out. We also, with the support of Germany, we are working on a project through the Organization of American States, a product called WAP, and in 2 weeks, a team from Sao Paulo will work on this initiative. So we want to keep learning and to keep co-working, namely at the service of our clients. They are our main focus of attention. Thank you, Victor. Well, I'm happy to hear that this conference can contribute as a bridge to exchange experiences, but also job opportunities together with Águas de Portugal, with the various public companies. The important thing is what the colleague said, sustainability is to entail water security. Water security has different phases. Both Quito and Lisbon have shown us how they are working on their treatment plans to achieve circular economy. And the focus on the business world is so much important, and that is what CAF is also worried about and wants to monitor, and also in terms of governance. Now, having said this, we don't have any more time. I thank you for the knowledge and generosity brought with your comments, and I ask you to keep on exchanging experiences, and remember that CAFE is with you. Thank you. Picture of the panel before you leave.
Somos complementarios, no, pero es que... Los dos, Víctor. El presidente acaba de decir los dos.
Vamos a dejar esto claro.
Vamos a los dos, Víctor. Solamente no te vayas sin esto.
Muito obrigado ao
Thank you, Angel, and all members of this panel for having shared with us your proposals and analysis. Such an important subject for Latin America, where there is still some lagging behind, some lack of opportunities in making water accessible and all water and sanitation systems. Now we have with us His Excellency, the Secretary of State of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation, Mr. Francisco André. We welcome you, Mr. Secretary of State. He will share with us his vision on the foreign policy of Portugal, namely in Latin America, and opportunities, paths for cooperation, and so forth. So, Mr. Secretary of State, welcome. Hello, good morning. Thank you again for this invitation. Let me make a clarification. We were asked to speak today also in relation with Latin America, with the broader context of the transatlantic context. So I greet President of CAF, our good friend Sergio Diaz Granada. We have had many meetings and contacts throughout the past month, and we hope this will mean a new we will work more together with CAF, and we have Sophie as well as a main investor, and my friend João Galamba, Secretary of State for Energy, that I would like to thank for his presence in this event, and I apologize for being late. and having that to take the floor before him. I'd like to also congratulate the representatives of ICEP, Águas de Portugal, the organizers, all companies and institutions present here, the president of IPDAL, of course, Mr. Ricardo Mourinho Félix, the president of IPDAL, the members of the diplomatic corps, and all those that are present here and can check a division of CAF, the Portuguese entrepreneurs, to discover not just the Latin American market, but also the instruments that can help develop those opportunities. So I was asked to speak about the importance of the transatlantic relations. Transatlantic relations are one of the structuring pillars of the Portuguese foreign policy, which combines with other strategic values that are priorities to us, such as the European construction, our condition of member of the European Union, and the enhancing the Portuguese-speaking countries community, our connection to the Portuguese communities living abroad, that, as you know, has an expression in the so-called dynamics of internationalization of our economy and our action in the multilateral plan in the international organizations that we are part of. This Atlantic matrix of our diplomacy and external access is fostered in Portugal through the links we have with all American countries from north to south. And in the current context that we are experiencing, we all know that it is at times, at harsh times, that we can ascertain the importance and health of a relations. Europe is at war. Sustainable development is an urgent challenge. The resilience of our economic and social model is being put to the test. Prices of energy and food has become political weapons of Russia, and this is all having an impact at global terms, namely in the most vulnerable countries. That is why we need more than ever a living and strong transatlantic relation. Europe, Latin American countries, Caribbean countries are facing today important challenges in this context, even though with specific measures of each one of these challenges and take into account the specificities of each country. But it is mainly these specificities that give us the keys for us to find what we need, joint common solutions to the challenges we are facing. This is one of those cases where the possible differences is not set us apart. We have, on the contrary, have to bring us together, make us closer. European countries need new sources of energy, new supplies of raw material, and intermediate products and finished products. And Latin America has those products and those sources. Europe needs stable markets where to invest and export, needs partners, democratic partners that we can trust and with whom it can collaborate. It requires open societies that can carry out interchanges that are long-lasting advantages, and that's what we find in Latin America. We are together, Europe and Latin America, united in history, and this is what we have also learned, united in values, respect for human rights, democracy, liberty, solidarity. And we are united for a common project to build a future that is increasingly more inclusive to our citizens, but also to everyone, because this is the only way to have a solid and long-lasting cooperation in time. These links must translate into opportunities, economic opportunities, commercial opportunities, but also technological opportunities and cultural opportunities, so that can bring together our institutions, our companies, but also our citizens. Some countries have the chance of young societies, potential to be explored, whilst others lack workman power. Others that have been able to conjugate urbanization sustainability in the following ways to guarantee quality of life to all citizens in large or smaller societies. other countries still try to reduce the effects of the expansion of their economies, but we all try to learn from the best practices in terms of such as renewables or digital transition. And together, we know that we can grow. We can learn from each other, and we have a lot to do to make advantage of each one of us has to do. I believe that Portugal, the investment in Latin American Caribbean is not nothing new, as you know. It is founded in important historical, linguistic and cultural links, but it is also a structured relationship and sustained in a commitment towards strong partnerships with the countries in the region. There are many aspects to this relation that we want to be of benefit of, which is so important between Portugal and Latin America in bilateral terms, but also in multilateral terms, namely the participation of Portugal in the European Union. We, for many years, have tried to convince our European partners to look more attentively at Latin America. That's what we did in the past weeks when we were preparing the ministerial meeting between Latin American and Caribbean countries and the European Union. We try to sensitize our partners to the presence of being there in presence. We know that the European Union is an important partner to Latin America in terms of foreign direct investment, a reality that is visible with several Latin American companies that are present in Europe and vice versa. And all this shows that there are plenty of opportunities in terms of the economic and relationships between the two regions. But this reinforcement of this relation implies a joint reflection process that allows for greater cooperation in sensitive areas, and these is just being discussed. Investment and trade, but also priority questions like climate change and promoting a global pact so that we can take advantage of the benefits that the digital revolution is operating in our existence. And we also need, in political and diplomatic terms, we need to be working in order to be in an agenda, which is a long-term agenda, based on the partnership and on the relationships between equals. The changes that have occurred always bring more opportunities, and now there seems to be a unique opportunity, a new drive to foster this strong relation between Europe and Latin America, and we have to take advantage of the moment. The priority given to the region, both by Portugal and by European Union, must be continued through association, political and commercial association agreements with most countries in the region. The European Union, its member states, are already the largest investors in the region and the third major commercial partner. So we have to build on something that already exists, and we have to consider those cases where there is sufficient experience that can be applied on two sides of the Atlantic. To Portugal, and I'm closing, this includes those areas that are being discussed in this conference, which are very correctly chosen: sustainable tourism, sustainable model of water, and the so-called energy transition. All these are areas where experiences can be shared, identify results, and find investment opportunities in Portugal and in Latin America. Hence, we have to be innovative. We have to find ways to bring about these wills. We have to find, to conciliate investment opportunities with investors in terms of economic opportunities for investment. That's why CAF is here today. We have to make advantage of all potential of funding tools available in the European Union. Explore those instruments we know well, like NDICI, Global Europe, initiatives here for Europe, and more recently the Global Gateway. These instruments and the combination of these instruments, there are no silver bullets to face this challenge. They should be the main vector of promoting and cooperation with Latin America, bringing on board the private sector. So, finally, I'd like to thank and support the work of CAF and all international financial institutions in the region. Assure CAF that we are counting on your support for this relationship. Our entrepreneurs are counting on CAF to explore more opportunities in the region, and you can count on us. We can count on Portugal to be an active voice in a multilateral space, namely in the European Union, defending the interests and priorities of Latin American Caribbean in order to do what is so important, which is to in-depth dialogue on the partnership relationship between these two sides of the Atlantic. Thank you.
Muitíssimo obrigado, Sr. Secretário de Estado.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary of State. We'll now have the third and final panel in the day with a topic that is of the greatest importance to all the planet: energy transition and investment opportunities in Latin America. I'd like to start out by inviting onto the stage António Silveira, the manager for infrastructures for CAF. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will speak Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese. Welcome, one and all, to this third panel that will focus on energy transition in Latin America and Caribbean. CAF has a very clear mission to become a green bank in Latin America and Caribbean. Their mission is in the creation agreement, which Portugal also signed. But if there's an example in this area, CAF is the example. And this may be the best example of regional integration in Latin America. Another thing that brings us together, especially in South America, is that it's a linguistic thing. We don't use the Portuguese word for Caribbean, we use another word. So let me make a very brief introduction to the challenges that energy transition faces. Energy transition must adjust to local traits. And what are these traits? The benchmark here is South America. It's a low emitter. The countries in South America emit they have the same emissions as navigation and air travel together. So we're not a major emitter, and we're a different emitter from the rest of the world. The energy sector, in terms of global emissions, is responsible for 73% of emissions. In Latin America and Caribbean, this sector is responsible for 44%. And the main sector, this energy sector, is the transport sector, especially urban transport, public transport. Latin America has a lot of building. 90% of the population lives in cities and towns. And we also have sprawling cities, cities with over 1 million inhabitants. Well, China and India are different, of course. They're in a league all their own. But when compared to Europe and North America, Latin America has a larger number of cities with over 1 million inhabitants, and they have chronic transport issues, especially public transport. In 2018, the waste of time in urban transport, out of the top five cities, 2 were in Latin America, namely Bogota and Lima. They're ranked second and third. Of course, these benchmarks don't reach every city. The first one in terms of waste of time was Mumbai, but they missed Manila in the Philippines, which is a hell it's hell when it comes to mobility. But this wastes time, but it generates emissions and mass transport issues. And these are chronic issues, and everybody knows about them. Now, after drawing attention to these issues, let's see some of the challenges that we will have to face. And I will try to be as succinct as possible and not go into details. We need to step up the implementation of renewable energies. And they've become mainstream almost, because they're cheaper. The solar and wind power are cheaper. Between 2021 and 2050, there's the solar and wind matrix. Because water power is getting to its limit. Maybe 6 years ago, I was at an event in Hamburg, Germany, and Germans like to point the finger at Brazilians and charge us with being ineffective in terms of how we build our infrastructures. And they're not wrong. At the time, I was a minister in Brazil in charge of harbors and ports, and it was true, but I drew their attention to the fact that a lot of the modernization effort that goes into infrastructure and the intensification of financing model, the changes in financing models, this happens for social and environmental reasons. So this changes the game and the balance of powers when looking at infrastructure. We have hydropower potential, but can we exploit it? And have it not affect the Amazon indigenous people's reservation? But it's very small. The real potential is small when compared. The real factual potential is small when compared to the full potential. So between 2016 and 2020, we invested $119 billion, and over the next few decades, we're going to reach an investment of $189 billion to meet the targets that have been accepted in the various accords in the fight of climate change. our president started this term in September last year, but we established that we needed an energy transition program that included, among other things, natural gas. At the time, this was almost anathema to say this. It said, let's use this gap we have here at CAF, because like other banks, with the donor countries don't exert that much of a pressure. Because we don't have restrictions, we thought we should include natural gas because it's cleaner fuel, especially when compared to diesel and other types of fuel that feed electrical power plants, and also because the region needs to mobilize its own resources, not just resort to international help, not just resort to multilateral banks, not just FDI, but they need to mobilize local resources. And gas could be a pathway to just that. And to the inclusion of tax resources. So we think we need to strengthen the networks and digitize the system. It's very important when it comes to efficiency. We need to refurbish and renew hydropower plants, incorporate new generation capacity from renewable sources, natural gas as transition fuel. In January, the EU started accepting this. But now I'm accepting sources that are more pollutant than natural gas. So the support to other initiatives with green hydrogen. This has yet to become an international market, but a multilateral bank needs to support the development of these other sources. Energy efficiency, especially in cities and production, and finally e-mobility. And I'd like to mention a joint program that we have, CAF, EFD, and Green Climate Fund. That's the e-motion plan that charts what we can do to promote e-mobility. It brings 11 countries together and includes resources of around $230 million. I'd like to stop here because this is just the launching pad for our next discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, António Silveira. Now I'd like to call to the stage the members of the stage, starting with the Secretary of State for the Environment and Energy, João Galamba, José João Guilherme, Executive Director of Caixa Geral de Depósitos, a Portuguese bank, Luís Rebelo de Sousa, Executive Director of the Portuguese Agency for Commerce, for Foreign Commerce and Investment, and Mónica Contreras, the Chairman of the International Gas Transport Company of Colombia. So let's launch into this panel. As you can see, there's a huge diversity problem. But it's not the type of diversity you're thinking of. The lack of diversity I'm talking about is due to the fact that we're all economists. Oh, but no, there's only one woman in the panel. Wait a second. But this is not just any woman. According to Forbes, she's one of the 5 most powerful women in Colombia. So I think that it's to her advantage. But seriously, folks, let's set up some ground rules. Let's not refer to our stations. Let's be on a first name basis. It's a pleasure to be here with João Galamba, José João Guilherme, a member of the board of a bank, Mónica Contreras, one of the most powerful women in Colombia, and the CEO of TGI, the gas transport subsidiary of Colombia, and Luis Rebelo, executive director of ICEP. Yesterday at dinner, I had a very interesting comparative linguistics talk with him that I will not go into here, because if you're interested, you can ask him directly. I'm too embarrassed. But the idea here is to have an exchange of points of view on energy transition and sustainability, because the backdrop to this event is sustainability. I'm sorry, sustainable tourism. We look at the use of water and the management of water. And now we're looking at energy. And I'd like to start with João Galamba. I'd like to ask him to tell us, who come from the other side of the Atlantic, to tell us how Portugal has been managing its commitments pertaining to the climate accords and how Portugal has been facing the main challenges. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to be here. And I'd like to greet all the members of the panel. I think each country looks at the Paris Accords in its own way and for the energy transition challenges. Paris goes beyond energy transition, but today we're focusing on energy transition. We think energy transition is an amazing opportunity for economic growth and development. And that's why we think this agenda will be very successful. If all we had was an environmental and climate change agenda, we wouldn't be successful, because they would clash with the legitimate material intentions of most of the people and the political leaders would be faced with a deluge of negative news, and you cannot create or create a political agenda or mobilize people with negative news. But one of the good things is that our transition does not require any decrease, quite the opposite. And the scenario that leads us to the greatest impact or positive impact on decarbonization is the one with the greatest economic benefit. And so we need planning and we need execution. There are no major challenges. Our main challenge is to do a lot and to do it as fast as possible. Because there's no trade-off between decarbonization and economic growth, but rather a perfect and natural alignment. So whenever they ask me, when does Portugal think of reaching carbon neutrality, or when are we thinking of decarbonizing the transport sector or the electric sector? And the answer is always as soon as possible. All of our targets, we have targets, but we want to reach them sooner rather than later, because the sooner we do that, the more we grow, the more impact we have, the more public and private investment will have and will attract Portuguese and foreign. And so I'm in a very comfortable position. If I were the Secretary of State for Energy in Poland, maybe I wouldn't be as comfortable. But no, I'm the Secretary of State for Energy in Portugal. And it's with great joy that I meet all these challenges that I'd like to look at as opportunities. And so we have a very unique position, but I think some of our challenges can be mirrored in South America. They're maybe not, the challenges are similar, but the way that we face them is not the same. Latin America already has there's low carbon because a lot of their energy are dams. I met the minister of Sri Lanka, said that in the 80s they have their system was 100% decarbonized, but that was in the 80s because they had no electricity in Sri Lanka, and what they had was they were powered through by dams. And so I think this is a major opportunity to find common challenges, and I think Portugal and Latin America and the Caribbean, not as much because they're islands. But I think Portugal, Iberian Peninsula, and Latin America have huge potential, and I think we should look at the energy transition with excitement and as an opportunity to improve the lives of our citizens. And we need to break with the past. But for most people in Portugal and Latin America, I think that the energy transition is an exciting opportunity to bring together climate and environmental causes with economic growth and employment. Thank you, João. I'll give the floor to José João. For 4 years, I was the chairman of the Caixa Federal in Brazil between 2011 and 2015. And at the time, the central bank said we needed to implement strategic benchmarks of social and environmental responsibility. With that in mind, I'd like to get out of this macro objective of energy transition, macro goal, and I'd like to ask, how does Caixa Geral de Depósitos implement this the CSR goals, especially when it comes to energy efficiency? What role does energy efficiency play? Oh, I'm sorry, it's not CSR, it's ESG. ESG has the environmental side, the social side, and the government side. When we look at the E, the environmental side, and considering energy transition as an environmental side, about 2 years ago, we created an ESG rating for all our clients. So whenever someone comes to me for credit, there's an internal rating, and the rating is an ESG rating. So if we want to fly a flag, we were one of the first bodies in Europe to have green emissions, not once but twice. So from the environmental standpoint, we need to have something that is efficient. So it is crucial, and this is not neutral when it comes to pricing, when it comes to risk analysis. The environmental efficiency of the homes we're financing. And the type of investment we're financing for energy transition is not neutral. but we're not financing things that work on coal and that are environmentally not suitable. But this is where we stand. We do this in-house and also with our clients. So there are many in-house programs, mobility programs that don't resort to fossil fuels. And the end result of all this is that we finance in a way to support investments that have a positive impact in the quality of life of people and the communities.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Monica, and I'm switched to Spanish. As an executive in the transport of gas and giving the energy transition in Latin America, now we can consider as multi-Latin companies, how do you see the role of natural gas in this transition process? And what are the technical challenges and the care that we must take in this effort to have natural gas as a transition fuel? Thank you. Let me thank CAF and the President, Sergio, for this invitation. Well, the first thing I have to strengthen is the numbers that you have presented, because as a matter of fact, it is important to understand where Colombia stands in this concept regarding emissions at global level. Europe, when we consider Europe in its total context, is more or less contributing to 7.5%, 7.8%. Latin America, however, my number is a little higher, about 5% from the total global. Then there is Portugal doing very well, 0.1% of participation, which is really very low, and Colombia with 0.7%. And when we get on this level of 7.7%, and as Tony was saying, in the case of Colombia, everything that comes from the soil, from the sound, this energy is about 70% of those 0.7. If we convert that 100, and it's about 70% of emissions, of our emissions, that is. And so we find that everything that is chosen is just 35%. So energy is just 35%. So that is why, gas takes an important part, because Colombia has been a gas-producing country, as Sergio said, but moreover, because we have to understand the economic situation in the country. And in Colombia, we speak of an energy transition that must be fair, sustainable, and competitive. And in these three aspects, you cannot forget that when we are talking about these transitions, you said that we have to do tailor-made, and in the country we have 1,400 million families that are still cooking with firewood. They haven't even started to use gas yet. So this is very important, because this requires this is quite a task in terms of connectivity and coverage that we have to deliver. Therefore, we say that in addition, we have to transition. But that's like changing a wheel while the car is still moving. And changing a wheel or a tire when the car is still moving means that we have to get into the transformation of new energies. And when I see Portugal I hope that we can be supported in this transition to new energies, because gas is really a protagonist. It's very competitive. Natural gas is one of the cleanest energies, but we also know that we are developing projects like macro LNG, and macro LNG is doing very well in Portugal. And we are also going towards hydrogen projects and everything related to biogas and biomass. So logically, the knowledge, technical knowledge that that Europe represents to us, and that countries like Spain and Portugal, to Colombia, are very significant. So, Tony, today the greatest challenge is that we have major gas infrastructure. This infrastructure, we are piloting projects so that this infrastructure can be we can transport hydrogen, first a blend between gas, hydrogen, later hydrogen alone, and another one is to create demand. So we have hydrogen, and we need to create a demand for hydrogen. This is a demand that not be created so easily. And in the case of micro LNG, there are all these families, those households that are still cooking with firewood, and micro LNG can be a solution to those cases. Virtual gas, given the high costs of connection to the necessary pipelines. So these are the main challenges, but gas, as I said, is a fundamental synergy for this transition. We have carried out studies and also several scenarios, namely those of COP last year. And so we are taking into consideration these several scenarios. In the case of Colombia, we'll be using gas until 2045. And so the demand we have for gas is very relevant, and including for this transition to be made. Thank you, Monica. I now give the floor to Luis Rebello. Luis, you as director of an investment agency, how can you see the national European strategy for an energy transition? How does it condition your own strategy, the strategy of your agency, in terms of attracting business and investments to Portugal? Can you elaborate on that? Well, let me first thank the members of the panel. And as we say in Portugal, all protocol is observed. Conditioning is too much of a word. Let's say it guides our investment strategy. We have a program called Internationalize 2030, a government program that transposes the guidelines, or community guidelines, the EU orientations, and the strategy to capture investment. The agency has two activities. One, which is to capture foreign direct investment, and another one is the supporting internationalization of Portuguese economies and exports. Now, as far as capturing investment is concerned, in reality, Portugal has defined a strategy guided towards the demand or the search for added value business. And we have focused on two main areas: service provision, mainly, and energy, as the Secretary of State has well defined, is a priority. And therefore, we have a number of developments and investments that have already been contracted, namely in the port of Sines, that will be very relevant to the redefinition of this energy matrix, be it in the production and distribution, not just for Portugal, but in the European context. So government wants to be part of the solution for a sustainable solution, autonomous solution, independent, of the supply of energy for Europe. And therefore, Portugal has tried to be a key actor in this definition and of this strategy, and it does not condition, it guides. This strategy to capture foreign direct investment has been very successful. ISEP has 5 years of objectives, not just successive records in capturing foreign direct investment, but is also due to several factors and to a well-defined strategy since 15 years that it goes beyond the management. It has been consensual in terms of political parties. And so it aims at synergies for supporting this transatlantic axis that the Secretary of State mentioned a while ago. Therefore, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that as far as energy is concerned, there are significant investments that Portugal has been developing, namely in Latin America. We have, in Brazil, have made investments, significant investments through EDP, with a wind farm of 350 megawatts and another one with in 2023 with new wind farms, 210 megawatts in capacity in total. EDP Chile also produces 628 megawatts solar, and so I'd say that Portugal has followed a decarbonization strategy because we have to. We never had nuclear energy. We always had a high energy cost compared to the European average. So since the beginning of the year 2000, 2005 namely, we have developed a strategy of a decarbonization strategy in which we have been quite successful, and that led to a success. We have 111 consecutive hours of exclusive use of renewables, and that's a record in Portugal, and this makes us feel technically, or make us to be technical at the avant-garde of the forefront of the implementation of renewable technologies for renewable energies. And this is where we have a good possibility to for a common support with Latin America and Caribbean. It is in the fact that Portugal, being a small country, already has a wide experience and competence in the development of these infrastructures and distribution, and that experience, I believe, will be an added value to Latin America and to Caribbean, and that promotion of investment that we try to internationalize. And we have an important investment in hydrogen. It's another investment we want to develop. We want to also to be at the forefront to lead this project and to lead this process of energy sustainability in Europe. Thank you. João, you were very clear when you said that, or explained the avant-garde place Portugal, or position Portugal has been able to show its a national contribution to mitigate consumption, to contribute to the climate. But when I arrived at the airport, the driver that took me said that last summer there were very high temperatures in Portugal, 48 degrees. Now, I was born in Rio de Janeiro, and I thought that hell was 42 in downtown Rio. Now, but going a little bit beyond the energy question, but looking at the effort of adaptation. And we spoke about it in our meeting the day before yesterday. My question is, what challenges in the energy sector do you see, and other than the energy sector, this effort of adaptation of Portugal, which is a small country, semi-arid regions, and the maritime question, which is very important. Can you elaborate on this as well? Well, as far as adaptation is concerned, Portugal has, and many countries can say, we feel today the effects of climate change. Maybe the most dramatic is the forest fires and water stress. All this is related to energy transition because Portugal has high water weight, much higher than Spain. We have more water than Spain. You can see it, we have had the worst drought ever. The electric production decreased 50%, and the consumption of gas increased, raised, because it was the only alternative we had. So it raised over 50% for the production of electricity. So all these things are related. Agriculture as well. So water consumption is a major problem in Portugal. Portugal has losses, high losses, and very low, some low efficient consumptions, namely in agriculture, where major efforts are necessary not to destroy agriculture, but to save it from itself, to make it sustainable. And therefore, the environmental policies are so much more relevant in the use of water by agriculture. Some farmers may not like to hear this, but this is good news. This is good news to agriculture, because if we don't do that, in a few years there will be no farming, no agriculture in Portugal. So there is a connection between these two areas. That's why the Secretary of State is called Secretary of State for the Environment and Energy, because this is all related. Does it make more sense to add to energy, with the urban circle of the water, or wastewater issues, and waste in general? The all garbage and waste areas. All these are enormous challenges in terms of adaptation and mitigation at the same time. To the both of them, because we have to consume less water, better water, manage it better, having an integrated vision of the sector, because the challenges are not distributed equally across the country. We had a member of the regional government of the Azores, she's still here. The Azores, they have had no lack of water, they have other issues, but no lack of water yet. You do have lack of water? In Santa Maria, well, I can't hear the lady, but she's saying that in some islands they have. And you weren't here when I made my presentation, says the lady. No, I'm sorry, I arrived later. Well, let's say that you have less water problems than other regions in the country. And even in the mainland, things are not all equal. So we have these different distributions in the north, and the center it has water, the south has less water, little water. So the challenges are huge. And I would say that it is in these areas that, and then we also have related to water as well, more than average. It's important to look at the distribution throughout time. People are not prepared to live 3 months without water and then to get all of it at the same time. So in Portugal, the main challenge is the coastal strip, which entails significant investments, and the water management. And unlike what I said before, here issues are more complicated. And why? Because while in energy there is, well, there's a podcast I like much about energy transition, where they said even without climate change, this is still the best economic strategy. So it's true, Portugal would always have to investment in renewables with or without climate change, because that's the most competitive energy source Portugal can have access to. In matters of adaptation, this idea of profitability, the perfect alignment between investment needs and the normal functioning of the economy, this is not true. And we're not talking about business opportunities here. We are talking about infrastructure needs. The logic is different and the challenge is much greater. We don't have a private sector lining up to invest in the adaptation of infrastructures and investments that should be made by the state, or they are just costs. And Portugal is very vulnerable there. So in closing, the coastal strip, the forest fires, and what are the main issues? Thank you. José João, looking at a broader scope of decarbonization, reduction of emissions on one hand, and carbon capturing on the other hand, and given the experience in the financial system that was a banker in many countries, how is the financial system positioned? Where could it be more aggressive? Question, and I'm glad it is made in this environment. A bank for development support. Development means three things. It means deadlines, or means a time, means a transition. It's not something you can do overnight. It needs time. So we need ways to finance some transitions. Now, Mr. Secretary of State, let me be provocative, but what you were saying a while ago, say, we are doing almost everything right as concerns the energy transition, changing the energy matrix of the country. But there is another point where we should also invest and look into it in a long-term perspective. We see who's producing carbon, but we should also look at what is absorbing carbon, meaning that Portugal also considers the carbon sinks that are identified in the rules, and they've been quantified. Now, the theme of the native forest, or the forest that takes generations to be created, neither environmentally, neither financially are they profitable, except in the very long term. Let me give you an example. The cork oak tree is profitable, but from the time it is planted until it becomes profitable, it's about 20 years. So this investment has to be made somewhere. And now looking at this reality in South America, all damages caused in the Amazon also has an impact on the energy transition, not just in Brazil, but in the world. The question is, what can we do? What is in our within our scope to repair the damage that has been done to the Latin American forest? Well, there can be long-term programs there too. So that's why I leave an appeal here to the institutions that the support develop, that we should have programs, not just support energy transition where it should happen. And energy transition in Portugal even started some time ago in the 90s. The project of natural gas in Portugal was quite a success. I participated in that project, and unlike what I expected at the time, the gasification of Lisbon to change gas from into natural gas, it didn't take that long. So we have a lot of good things that we have done. Now, how can we repair the damage that we have made and that we keep ignoring? That's the open question and a challenge to the development supporting institutions. And let me tell the president of CAF, we cooperate with you. So it's an avenue that we should explore, be it in Portugal, if the Secretary of State allows. Of course, I do see the Secretary of State. And also looking at this set, which is Portugal, Spain, and Latin America. Thank you. Monica. You know that an effort is being made, supported by all, namely Rias Granada. CAF is trying to mobilize regional carbon markets. It's an important initiative in the private sector. Now, towards integration, even though in Latin America, especially in South America, we have some important exchanges of electric energy or gas, we have not been able to find markets or to create integrated markets, regional or sub-regional markets. How do you see the possibility for the evolution in this segment, the gas, towards a regional market? What are the main challenges in terms of regulation, infrastructures? What do you think about all this? Or am I just being full? Well, I think that thinking of a regional market in Latin America dedicated to the new energies is something that should be a priority, because I believe that it is a priority. I was speaking of energy transition, which is competitive. And for the energy to be competitive, energy producers to be competitive, we need a high demand that ensures affordability in the cost of energy, so that we can then get with a greater penetration. So I'd say that no one is that will be perfect. And so the electrical sector and everything that has been the energy transmissions, I've been doing it quite well, Tony, and we have had projects and lines that are getting crossed in several countries, Chile, Argentina, 2 Colombian companies, energy groups, and ISA present in Brazil and moving in this part. So when we get to the specific subject of gas, I think it's fundamental to understand the bilateral relations. And because bilateral relations because we need a regulation that helps us in an important way to what means to regulate this market, and two, the sufficiency in the country. So sufficiency in the country is something, any possibility that we may have, and we see it much more as support, but we are locally sufficient, and this is what we have to call at this moment. And this has to do this happened not just in Colombia, but in many other countries in the region when we talk about gas. So opportunity, support, regulation, and when we go to segments like mining, that you referred, we know that in Colombia exports is an important part for the country, and it is something that Colombia has been very prepared to export. So this is not really a one-size-fits-all, but the energy, each one has different possibilities, and everything that it is electrical is already being done and is being transitioned very well. All that is gas requires regulation, but it is fundamental, and what we are watching recently is that we need the possibility to have local production. And then if you need support, you can get support with options from the outside. But this requires that infrastructure be up to date so that you can move to those markets and that all bilateral relations be functioning correctly. Thank you. Are you happy? Yeah. I'm just checking. I'm checking everything. Tony, there is a point I didn't mention. I talk a lot about competitiveness because 4 years ago, when the entities arrived to the bank, multilateral banks, saying that we need support for gas, and 5 years ago, gas wasn't not even in the list. So we are going to help with everything concerning renewables, green, and etc. So I believe that the call to action is gas still back in the game. It's like the king of this transition, and so we have to take advantage of this to get financial substantial support to close to end the works in infrastructure and expansion and in everything related to new capacities. Thank you. Now I have one more question to Luis, and I'm going to ask it. And mixing, sorry, now I have to speak Portuguese. Combining the discussion we had about adaptation and a news that I read from the website that I accept that Lisbon is a hot spot for expatriates these days, and there is a process that Portugal has to be to the European Union what Florida is to the United States, a good place for one to retire and live in old age. So all this effort, adaptation, water, agriculture, tell us about this challenge as an agency. How does the agency face this? Thank you. Well, as an agency, in reality, we look at the success of the expatriates for 2 reasons. One is the exogenous. Portugal enjoys a fantastic geostrategic location. We are at the tip of Europe, but we are members of the EU. We have good connections to South America, namely with Brazil, but also with the United States of America. There is a Portuguese diaspora, which is significant there, and also in Latin America and the Caribbean. And so we have this exogenous phenomenon, excellent climate, good geostrategic position, and we are members of the EU. And then there are endogenous factors, a strategy, success strategy of public policies that has allowed for Portugal to be today a factory of talents. The expatriates we have today in Portugal are not just, although there are quite a few, they're not just retired senior citizens that come here to enjoy the sun, but we are also a very secure country. Security is a very important factor compared to other realities, but also a factory of talents. Why? Because we have been developing a strategy of development and in successful public policies to support universities in public and in the private sectors, meaning that Portugal today has 3 colleges in the or 3 universities in the top 50, 3 business schools in the top 50, and in areas that are highly valued by these so-called tourists. Well, younger generations are citizens of the world. They choose the countries where they want to live and work. There is a much higher mobility among the younger generations, and the companies themselves have been among, namely, service companies with high added value or technological value. For instance, today, all the production of R&D in innovation of Bosch, it is developing autonomous driving, that will then supply the VW group is being developed in Portugal. So Portugal today has underwent a change in perception, in the investor's perception, and about the characteristics that Portugal has, and this is thanks to a new generation of graduates in management and economy and computer science and engineering. And the success of these schools made it that their curricula and their programs were highly valued by this generation of young people that come to Portugal to work and also to for post-graduation and these purposes. And this is one of the reasons for these expatriates. And the energy component, which is increasingly more relevant. We've seen this, we have the Web Summit today. The Portugal, in this process of defining public policies, also created a very an environment that facilitates, that enables the growth and the of ideas, the development of ideas and how they are conveyed. The startup environment in Portugal is very enabling and flexible. We can see this from the success of Web Summit and also from the results it's had. Portugal is 4.5 times smaller than Spain. Spain has 3 unicorns. We have 6 unicorns. This is a factor that shows a capacity, a totally different capacity to expand businesses. There is an additional factor, which is we have an infrastructure network, communication network, which is very strong, and so one can work from Portugal to anywhere in the world. This is highly favorable for the expatriates, and that is the reason for this. And I'm trying to be short because we are way over time. But these are all the reasons why Portugal has been able to capture those expatriates. Thank you. Well, I am being almost forced to stop. So thank you. Or someone said that economists are heartless. Maybe that's true, maybe. But this panel shows that even if they are heartless, they have plenty of love for their country, for their region, for the planet. Thank you. Antonio, please, family picture. I know you wanted to leave. It's lunchtime, we know, but we still have to close this event, and that will be worthwhile. Thank you. Antonio, thank you, the members of the panel, for your contribution to understand better some of the investment opportunities and association with Portuguese companies in Latin America. Now, before we close, let me remind you that you can see all the highlights and share your comments and pictures in the social media with hashtag CAF in Portugal and the Twitter accounts of IPDAL and CAF. Now, the closing ceremony. Please, I call the Vice President of the European Bank of Investment, Ricardo Mourinho Felix, to address the floor. Good afternoon. It's really we are already way in the afternoon. Thank you, everyone. I am aware I'm the last thing between you and lunch, and so let me give reason to feel that it's still 10 minutes. I was Mr. Secretary of State of the Environment and Energy, Mr. João Galamba, Executive President of CAF, Mr. Granados, Vice President for the Private Sector of CAF, Charles Barche, President of the Institute for the Promotion of Latin America and the Caribbean, Paulo Neves, dear friends, colleagues, everyone. Thank you for the invitation that CAF has addressed to us and Minister of Finance to participate in the closing of this conference. It is a conference where we discuss topics that are very important related to the key role of Latin America and the Caribbean, but also Portugal and Europe in the economic recovery and the contribution we can give to sustainable development at global scale. This is a critical decade to ensure an economic recovery, inclusive recovery in what is the post-pandemic context, a decade that will be critical to achieve and meet the SDGs, and we have to do it in a determined way. And that means we have to support sustainable development models that ensure that the transition towards carbon-less economy will be fair, so that there are no winners that win everything and the others that lose everything, that we can unblock the potential creation of value of the economy. We have a notion that unites us, and so the blue economy is very relevant to us. Ocean is what unites us. So the economy has been shaken in recent times. We speak of crisis for 15 years. And this succession of crises, first financial crisis, sovereign debt and COVID, and now back to the war in Europe almost a century later. And this is a context of uncertainty that it is unprecedented. The repercussions of the pandemic were worsened by the invasion of Ukraine, the high uncertainty, lack of confidence. And the negatives of effects of all these are quite visible. Let me draw your attention to migration flows, to refugees, people that are escaping the war, and the combined effect, on one hand, geopolitical tensions, what could be the climate change that make parts of the world hard to inhabit, and so they lead to massive outflows of people looking for decent conditions to live. And also the economic prices, energy prices, and food. It's very clear what is happening that is causing, which is determined by and it shows the economic interconnection at global level that so much value has created, and also the crisis. These are global challenges that require global answers and coordinated answers. In this context, we have to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. These objectives are not an option, they are an imperative, an obligation towards us and our generation, and also towards future generations. The European Union has led this process, and its ambitions are very clear. We want to be the first continent to achieve carbon neutrality until 2050. It has also established an intermediate goal to reduce the GHGs in 35% by 2030. 2030 is, in 7 years only. And the EIB, the European Investment Bank, has also become considered itself to be the climate bank. So we have played an important role in giving finance to this political objective. We fund investment in innovation, in research, because we are aware that R&D are essential to achieve these goals. With the technologies we have today, we will not be able to go to carbon neutrality without a massive impact on the quality of life of citizens, and citizens will not accept it. So we have to increase energy efficiency and the capacity to produce energy from renewable sources, so that we can go and still have a quality of life that we have been used to in the post-war. The EIB, was the first bank to suppress investment in fossil fuels. We did it in 2021 with an impact which is our funding. We have aligned our operations with the Paris Agreement to ensure a transition to a green economy without carbon. We have also increased funding to sustainability, and we will keep on increasing it to more than 50% after 2025 onwards. And The challenge now is to give an expression to these objectives, because it is easy to set objectives in numbers, but then to meet them seriously is much more complicated, because it means we have to change how we work. So the challenges we are found are global challenges. They result from phenomena that know no barriers or borders, and so our our mission is global. All the globe has to do this. And so we are a partner of CAF and all regional banks in implementing these objectives in the European Union, but also away from that. So we have created EIB Global, which is where we can concentrate the resources we have and do more and better, and develop new products that are more adapted to our clients outside the European Union, and to increase our local presence, to have more people in the so in 2023 we'll expand our business, our offices in Brazil, together with the one we have in Bogota, are the most main hubs to relationship with CAF. Now, the Latin America and the Caribbean is an important region, namely to me as Vice President responsible for activity in this region of the globe. The region of global America and the Caribbean represents, as it was said many times, a minimum part of the global emissions of gas for greenhouse gases. I mean, even Europe represents only 10% of GHG emissions. So together, Europe and Latin America are relatively part of global emissions, but Latin America and Caribbean are parts of the globe that is often affected by natural disasters and changes in meteorological patterns. So it is a region that is certainly one of the most affected by climate change. Moreover, Latin American Caribbean countries have some of them actives, namely tropical forest, Amazon, and a unique potential of development of renewables, and they are a huge source of biodiversity. So they are actives of mankind, and actives that or assets that we have to help preserve. These resources have to be protected, they have to be valued in a sustainable way, and they have to generate value so that people that live in the region may live off those resources, maintaining the capacity to explore them in a way that does not manage imbalances and does not lead to its destruction. EIB develops activity in Latin America since 1983. And we have funded more than 150 projects in 15 countries, over 11,000 million euros. In the Caribbean, weird it may seem, we started first in the Caribbean, and since 1978 we have been funding in the Caribbean more than 120 operations in value above 2 billion euros. In 2021, in last year, investments in Latin America and Caribbean were up to 750 million euros, and most of this funding was for to support public partners, a lot related to the COVID situation and the situation in health, but also to the level of SMEs. We also funded environmental sustainability projects, namely regulation of Rio Salado Bay in Argentina to prevent floods that are recurrent and destroy the people's subsistence. Development of Ecuador to improve its water networks. We funded the water sector and sanitation. So this is a sector where BEI is a technical leader, and our experience is well known outside the European Union. In 2021, we funded the production of renewables through supporting private entities in over 300 million euros. Production support to renewables, energy efficiency with Enel in Brazil, Peru, and Chile. We founded a Neo Energy in the development of a wind park in several states of Brazil, and we are also working with EP Renewables in Latin America. In the region of Caribbean, we have the support of Barbados. We supported about 50 million euros precisely to help the country fighting COVID, and also 50 million in Santa Lucia for health facilities. Now we have approved an agreement with 150 million euros to support blue economy projects in the Caribbean region. So these are all projects aimed at improving the resilience in the region, because in the Latin American region and Caribbean, we are not just talking about decreasing emissions. We are talking about dealing with what we have today, climate change, and making infrastructures resilient, adapting them so that they can resist climate phenomena that are increasingly more frequent and also more intense. And these are investments that we support and have to do with, well, from the treatment of rainwaters, consumption waters in the Caribbean and Latin America. These, as I said, are just a few examples of what we have done. We have plenty of projects, and we are very proud of the work we have been doing. A lot of the projects we developed are developed with European resources and Equipa Europa initiative. But we also work together with other institutions, with CAF, namely, I'd like to greet for the partnerships we've had and the strategic positioning to support transition in the region. And it is a fundamental partner to us as a green bank in Latin America. So, dear friends, in conclusion, geopolitical conflicts associated to climate crisis has created a decisive moment for cooperation. Multilateralism that suffered so much in the past decade is now back, and it will be crucial. And that is where the EIB and CAF will play a key role, working together, a catalyst role that will allow, through public funding, bring private funding online, because on board, because public support alone will never be enough. We have to bring private resources and ensure that we have quality projects, and that the private sector will have interesting projects, not just in terms of climate change, but also interesting projects in economic terms. That's the only way we'll have a successful and inclusive transition. A fair transition requires the involvement of all, and all means governments, companies, regulators, banks, investors, consumers. We are all called upon. These are global challenges. We have the opportunity to make the world fairer, more sustainable, and more inhabitable. And this is the ambitious framework of these institutions with which the AIB is committed to. It is an imperative to us. We have to act now and to work together. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President of EIB. And now, to close this conference, I call the Vice President of CAF for the private sector, Jorge Arbache. Welcome again. Good afternoon. Ricardo Mourinho said almost everything I was going to say, so you saved us some time. Now, before I'd like to thank the Minister of Finance in Portugal, together with CAF, has organized this wonderful meeting with the support of IPDAL. I'd like to greet President Granados, Minister Medina, the Secretary of State, John Galamba, Paulo Neves, Ricardo Mourinho, President of Latin America, that follows us since from the other side of the Atlantic, and also to thanks the organizers of this talk, the Ministry of Finance, IPDAL, and CAF. As I was saying before, a lot of what I was going to say has been said. So I just specified that CAF has a clear convergence with Portugal, especially to look at the future in the view of sustainability. This is something that unites us. It's a source of inspiration for this. And this morning we discussed on experiences in sustainable tourism, water and sanitation, and the very relevant theme of green energy. That probably will play an important role in this ever closer relation between CAF and Portugal. Now, I'm stressing something that the Secretary Francisco André mentioned, that the transatlantic dialogue with Latin America and Portugal, Latin America and Europe, is something increasingly more important. The Minister, Fernando Medina, mentioned also that Spain and Portugal can and should be an entrance door of Latin America to Europe. That is certainly an important door. And I would also say that in this common project, Latin America could and should have an important participation and look at the future with particular relevance when we see the contribution that the region or the country may give to as a platform for it already is, and it will be a production of clean energy, but not just clean energy, but reliable, safe, and relatively cheap in a region that is not so affected by geopolitical issues. So a vision of Latin America, just like we have near Shori, why not power sharing of Latin America as a platform to support Europe and Portugal and so many other countries in the construction of solid, safe relationships, and with investments, ever greater investments we have in the region on clean energies, and also take into consideration green hydrogen. The region will be even more the destination for foreign investments in Europe, that namely the production of goods that are intensive in the use of energy. So this seems to me that there is a strong relationship here, and CAF can certainly help. The trade and investment between Portugal and Latin America is growing, not just focus on Brazil, but more also on Brazil, Mexico, Peru, and CAF may also play an important role here. Several important investments are taking place, including in the area of clean energy, by the Portuguese companies, and we are more than willing to and open to contribute in a direct and indirect way with financial resources and non-financial resources. So when we look into the future, what we see is a close relationship between Latin America, Caribbean, and Portugal, and the CAF is ready with all its resources to want to be part of the platform, so that the Portuguese companies, that Portugal has a better presence in the region. And so that also the Latin American companies may also contribute to the well-being in Portugal. So thank you all, namely the organizers, our colleagues, that helped make reality this event, which was very rich, with plenty of exchange of experiences and new ideas towards sustainability for the future, which is what guides us all. Thank you. Good afternoon. On behalf of CAF, Development Bank of Latin America, on behalf of the Minister of Finance and the FLOP, thank you for being here at this magnificent theater. I thank those that
followed us online. And as the VP said, it was a very rich working session with plenty of contents. If you want to retrieve some of the subjects, everything is available on our microsite web page of CAF and our YouTube channel. Lunch will be served here. Enjoy. Thank you.